But long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, well, life would still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. What I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, the life would still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. And God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without. 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 God only knows what I'd be. Wouldn't it be nice if we were older, then we wouldn't have to wait so long?
I'm a year old, baby E. Bongo butt, can you put on Barack Obama for my Twitch birthday, please? Apple Cat Run.
No, it's gonna make it that much better when we can say goodnight and stay together. Wouldn't it be nice if we could wake up in the morning when the day is new? After having spent the day together, hold each other close the whole night through. Happy times together we've been spending. I wish that every kiss was never ending. But wouldn't it be nice? Maybe if we think and wish and hope and pray it might come true. Run, run, you, baby, then there wouldn't be a single thing we couldn't do. But we could be married, we could be married, and then we'd be happy, and then we'd be happy. But wouldn't it be nice? You know, it seems the more we talk about it, it only makes it worse to live without it. But let's talk about it. But wouldn't it be Well, since she put me down, I've been up to and in my head. I come in late at night and in the morning I just lay in bed. But Ronnie, you look so fine, and I know it wouldn't take much time for you to help me, Rhonda, help me get her out of my heart. Help me, Rhonda, help me, Rhonda. 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 Help me, Rhonda, yeah, get her out of my heart. She was gonna be my wife and I was gonna be her man. But she let another guy
Happy 30 months Entourage.
Rhonda, you caught my eye, and I can give you lots of reasons why. You gotta help me, Rhonda, help me get her out of my heart. Help me, Rhonda, help me, Rhonda. 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 Help me, Rhonda, yeah, get her out of my heart. Help me, Rhonda, yeah, get her out of my heart. Well, since she put me
One
down,
heart.
I've been up to and in my head. I come in late at night and in the morning I just lay in bed.
Alrighty. There we go. Hey, everyone. I'm a little worried. No.
Round, round, get around.
No.
I get around. Yeah, get around. Round, round, I get around. I get around.
Look. Look. Remember. Feeling hopeless. Being consumed by fear. That's what they want you to feel. It's a lot of theater, you know? Fear is the mind killer, yes. Nah, I don't feel hopeless. Good. I'm not scared. I'm angry. Anger's good. Anger's good. You just gotta, be productive in your anger. Because it's easy to get consumed by it in a way that is unproductive. Oh, hold on. Look, remember, fascism...
Has it already been a year? Where does the time go?
Fascism is ideologically very hollow. And so it requires theater, right? Spectacle. And the tricky thing is that a lot of people understand
1 year.
like the spectacle that Donald Trump does. But I don't think people really see how the Democrats do it as well, And they like to take these moments to be like, see, we're the good guys here. We're the good guys. And meanwhile, the LAPD, as authorized by Karen Bass, is running people over on horses and then accidentally striking the horses in the head with batons because they're trying to strike the protesters. That's what the LAPD is doing. And that is in a democratic city, in a democratic state. So, look, the evil fascist theatrics of the Trump administration are certainly quite distracting and pretty objectively bad. But in this moment, too, Democrats are also accountable because the Trump administration is not the only administration that has engaged in something like mass deportation. So, okay. All right. I'm sorry. I've kind of had enough Beach Boys. R.I.P. to Brian Wilson. R.I.P. to Brian Wilson, but sometimes I hit my limit. I love the Beach Boys. I grew up listening to the Beach Boys. Sometimes I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think it's maybe the I think it's the sameness. The vibe of it where I go, okay, that's good. And then I need something else. But I do love the Beach Boys, and I do hope Brian Wilson rests in peace, and we can talk about him later. Dude, we're about to go to war against Iran, and our government's already embroiled in a war against its own citizens. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying things are good right now. I guess the thing about inspiring people to action is that fear and anger and presenting facts that are horrifying in nature, those are things that are a part of radicalizing and of organizing the masses, but it's not enough. You have to people have to be inspired through a variety of emotions to collective action. it's something that organizers talk about all the time. I am not an organizer, but I read a lot of what organizers talk about when it comes to collective action and strategies around that. And I think, you know, it's easy to overwhelm people, to feel overwhelmed yourself and be like, oh my God, everything is horrible. What are we going to do? And that's why I think, like, amidst all of the protests right now to protect immigrants in our communities, I think pointing out, you know, people and groups who are inspirational. I think these moments of good being done, like, there have been multiple examples now of instances of protesters kicking ICE out of hotels. You know, like, this stuff works when people come together. Revolutionary optimism is so essential. Yeah, I think it's like balancing it with the reality of a lot of horrible things happening at one time, but just remembering that fear is the mind killer. Fear is when it's not channeled into something other than fear, it is just all consuming. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Exactly. If you want hope, look at this stream. If you want despair, look at fake. Your tweet was popping off on Instagram. My God. My sister texted me this morning. I saw 2 people post it and they don't even watch Twitch. My sister texted me this morning and she sent a screenshot from her friend group that's called Bravo Bitches. These bitches love Bravo. And it was Ariana Madix, who's one of the Vanderpump people, I think, who had reshared my tweet, and everyone in my sister's group chat were freaking out. And Jen texted me and was like, oh my God. I'm like, well, you know, the funny thing about celebrities is that they'll all just kind of share the same stuff, you know? So if one person, like, in times like this, it was the same thing, Black Lives Matter, you know? During these protest moments, celebrities will just share the same things, which can be good if they are sources of information that are actually good and helpful, but can be not good if they're sharing stuff that's like, actually, this is incorrect. Remember when everybody was sharing the I stand with Israel? They didn't know what the fuck that meant. But it's just because everyone else was sharing it. Like, all of their, what the fuck? This is driving me insane. All of their celebrity friends were all sharing the same I stand with Israel post. And so that's why you saw that making the rounds. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, kind of sharing it mindlessly. I saw Chrissy Teigen repost your tweet. That's crazy. Not the crossover between our love. Wait, is Ariana Madix hosting Love Island? Ah. Natasha Lyonne sharing your reel. If only she knew about my other opinions. Can you explain the protesters at hotels thing? Is that an LA thing I had not heard about? Yes, I will, because I went today. So right now, ICE, because they don't live in Los Angeles, right? They're coming in here, and same with the National Guard. They have to stay places. This is all part of the cost of sending in these law enforcement groups, right? Donald Trump is it's costing $133 million to deploy the national troops to Los Angeles. Money well spent. So they stay in hotels. And so what people have been doing is going to the hotels where they know that ICE and the National Guard are staying at, and they have been protesting outside. And in a couple of these instances, they have actually gotten the hotels to, kick out the ICE agents who are staying there. Okay, sorry. This is really bothering me right now. I need to fix this for a second. Dude, I'm so annoyed because I changed out here, but for some reason it is still being annoying. Why is it still being annoying? Okay. And then why is my mic wanting to tip over? I don't know. I do not know. Okay. I swear to God, I probably have the stupid... Yeah, that's cool that this just wants to fucking fall over. Do I have a weight that I can put on? Let's see. Fun. Happy birthday, Ashley! Hope you're having a good one. What was I talking about? Yes. Oh, Toasty Terra also, thank you for the 12 months. Preston, thank you for the 12 months. Kingo Guns, thank you for the 10 months. Sticks, thank you for the 14 months. No Ivor Knockout, thank you for the 30 months. Low Brian, thank you for the 12 months. Trace Rise, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, let me see if I can find an example of this. ICE out of hotels. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here's an example. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Legit, thank you for the 28 months. Seeds, thank you for the 22 months. Arcadia pressured ICE out after nearly 12 hours straight of protests. Cops just announced ICE is leaving the hotel. We watched all of them pack up and go. Different people carried the protest throughout the day. Like, these are people who live in the community. Bear in mind. Keep that in mind, okay? These are people in the community who are showing up for their community. This is what we talk about when it's like, look, you can't change the world as one person, but you can help your community. You can help your neighbors. You can turn towards one another in times like these rather than away from one another. This is getting rid of the mindset of individualism and taking on the mindset of collectivism. Community members are finding out more and more ICE agents are staying at Hilton and other hotels across the San Gabriel Valley, east of LA. Here's Hilton Garden Inn. So this has been... the protests are not just like, here's a mass of people downtown. There's a lot of targeted, specific protests that are happening throughout the city. So, going like, here we go. Here's the DoubleTree by Hilton. Apparently, U.S. Homeland Security is staying here. Mobilization around hotels who cater to federal agents are critical sites of struggle. The larger goal is to push ICE out of our cities by generating a crisis of morale/legitimacy/economic duress for the feds and for their contractors. ICE can't operate without sleep or cars. Right. So what you're doing is you hit at these businesses, okay? Hilton doesn't want to have to deal with this. This is bad for business. So, random sub music. So, in many cases, they'll capitulate.
I was having to go to Downey, and then everybody said, go to Whittier, go to Whittier.
So this is just a reminder that, look, a lot of times when we cover the news, it seems to be all bad. Whether we're talking about Palestine, the U.S.-Israel joint war on Iran, the travel bans, the mass deportation efforts, sexual harassment, sexual assault cases, like it's a lot of news that is very heavy and depressing, but also look at what happens when communities come together. Like, look at this and feel joy, feel inspiration. See how much people do care and how much people are doing something. Like, I just think that is so, I think that's so important, because otherwise you get like crippled with anxiety and paralysis. And also, what happens a lot is we have these big protest moments, okay? Liberals do what liberals are going to do, Republicans do what Republicans do, and then we kind of lose the energy, we move on. Nothing seems to long-term happen here, but I think seeing how quickly people mobilize, seeing how, like, you know, those who live in New York are realizing the extensive mutual aid network that exists in Los Angeles that has been built up for years now, that activates when there are fires. Like, without the mutual aid network in Los Angeles, a lot of people would have been left with nothing in the immediate aftermath of the fires. Like, the mutual aid groups were providing masks and other other, you know, safety items that they had collected over the years and distributed during the pandemic. And the city relied very heavily on them. But then, of course, when these groups go up against the state power, against the federal government, they are targeted and they are undermined, because mutual aid groups demonstrate this power with the people, and how the concept of we take care of us is demonstrated, is illustrated in the actions of mutual aid. It was frustrating for me at first, as I'm unable to protest because of a disability, but now I've been inspired to make anti-ICE art and spread around my community. It's hard to find all those feelings and feel like you're making a difference, but any impact is still impact. Yes, protesting in person is not the only way to show up for your community. Just remember that. There's a lot of ways. Protest, you know, the physical act of protesting is not not the only means. Like, let me show you an example. So this is Alejandro Theodoro Orellana. He was arrested this morning by FBI Los Angeles on an allegation of conspiracy to commit civil disorders for distributing face shields to suspected rioters on Tuesday. So it was A-okay when mutual aid organizers and groups were doing this after the fires broke out, but it's not okay when they're doing it to protect from the violence of the LAPD and ICE and the National Guard.
describe, where it just feels like something's going to happen and you're waiting for it to happen. And you can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place,
How can they take people's eyes out if they have the proper protection?
there's no local police to be seen.
Yeah.
And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts
God
in the street.
forbid.
There's no local law enforcement around.
You know what is pissing me off? This repetition of we're just waiting for something to happen. Like kind of the sensationalizing and dramatization around like something bad is about to happen. Something bad has been happening. Okay. It's the mass deportation of very vulnerable people in this country. It's ICE agents going into elementary schools to kidnap kids. It's people being taken from their places of work, being terrified to step outside their houses. It's the dehumanizing of immigrants that has been occurring for a very long time, because immigrants are very easy to scapegoat for our social and economic problems. So this whole like waiting for something bad to happen, it's part of the media sensationalizing these protests of like, someone's going to drop a bomb. I expect that we will see, reports of numerous dead. Did you see Hank Green's latest video? He links to a TikTok that I think is it. No. If it's shortish, I'll watch it. I'll watch this video. I've really found the mainstream media descriptions of the protests as violent so disgusting because all the violence I've seen has come from the cops escalating, attacking peaceful protesters. Yes, but this is part of the trying to manufacture consent for then using law enforcement, which again is already happening, but manufacturing consent not just for law enforcement to come in and just violently destroy these protesters, but also trying to remind people that the only thing that will protect them is the state, is the government, right? Oh, we gotta make sure that we're tucked in at night by Uncle Sam, because that's who cares for us. That's who takes care of us. Because everyone, us, we all just are prone to chaos and selfishness, and we're dangerous to one another. So we need big daddy government to take care of us, and that's the only thing here that who cares for us. It's like an abusive relationship, honestly. I know that sounds crazy, but it's giving no one else cares about you except for me. I'm the only one who cares about you. I'm the one who takes care of you. Right? So you need to be loyal to me. You need to be loyal to me, and all these people, they don't care about you, okay? They'll turn on you the second that they can. They'll steal from you. They'll rob you. They'll kill you. We don't do those things. We're not killing you and stealing from you and ruining your life. But they are. They being all the other people. But that's what it is. It's what keeps people in fear. It's what keeps people in fear, and it makes it so that they don't challenge authority, so that they are, so that they are obedient, so that they don't turn towards their neighbors, turn towards people who may, they may think they have nothing in common with because they're immigrants, because they're, they speak a different language, their skin is a different color, etc. But that they actually have much more in common with than they do the people who are in power, the ruling class. Here's the real TikTok Hank reference in the video, which I think is the most important part. Okay, let me see.
That's it. So any municipal breakaways, Glendale just canceled its ICE contract. That's precedent because every city
Okay, wait. Sorry, let me start that over.
delays win conditions. That's it. So any municipal breakaways, Glendale just canceled its ICE contract. That's precedent because every city that follows turns protests into a policy cascade. So the goal is just to turn LA into the first domino, and it puts public pressure on Santa Ana, Long Beach, etc. to follow suit. The second win condition is any public moral awakening. NPR, Time, they're finally portraying protesters as concerned citizens and not just rioters. The goal is just to keep centering family stories, detain workers, union arrests, and make the morality too heavy to ignore because the public is starting to distinguish between federal cruelty and local compassion. The third win condition is lawsuits and oversight. So California's AG, their Attorney General Rob Bonta, just sued over unauthorized federal enforcement, right? Back this lawsuit with mass mobilization. This turns any narrative into legal leverage, but also cross-city solidarity. So San Francisco, Chicago, Boston, Houston, they all had their spin-off protests. If a synchronizing message emerges out of this, 5 to 7 cities chanting the same demand at the same time, it'll overwhelm the federal media control immediately. But there's key risks. And we're going to go through those too. There is currently no unified demand. In the raids is vague. That is not going to work. Protect sanctuary cities by law. That's a little better. Abolish ICE is polarizing. We need to be concerned about the message. Movements without demands become media spectacles without memory. Any rally that is behind.
You know what I would say on the abolish ICE thing, though? Coconut Wiggy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Ritorino, thank you for the bits. Frequency, thank you for the 20 months. What I would say about abolish ICE is abolish ICE. ICE should not exist. Shrek is older than ICE. Think about that for a second. And 5 years ago, a lot of progressives, even some libs, were heavy on the messaging to abolish ICE. And then, like a lot of things, like a lot of progressive calls for action, it fell off. Like AOC, Bernie, even fucking Kamala Harris was saying abolish ICE. Okay, they stopped because the pressure no longer felt like it was there. So that's a thing to keep in mind, is that even if the next president is a Democrat, ICE is still going to exist, and they will utilize ICE to enforce deportations like they did under Biden, like they did under Obama. These former Democratic presidents who were speaking in language that seemed to be more humanizing of immigrants, that didn't seem to be as explicitly evil as that which we hear from like Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem and Donald Trump and JD Vance. But their policies and the way they wielded these law enforcement agencies that were created in the wake of 9/11 was incredibly inhumane. So I don't know, man. This whole abolish ICE. Yeah, abolish ICE. Fuck ICE. For anyone who's saying fuck ICE, why is it not reasonable that then the next step would be to abolish ICE? We didn't have ICE before. Do you think that it's only been in the last 20 years that we've had immigration, that people have crossed the border? Do you think that this problem with immigration has only popped up in the last 2 decades, thereby requiring these agencies that were created after 9/11 to combat terrorism, and now terrorists are everyone in the Middle East and people crossing the border from areas that have been ravaged via American imperialism, that these are things that have to exist even though once they did not exist? Immigration was invented after 9/11. Yeah, we had mass migrations in the 1800s and in the 1900s. Now, of course, largely from Europe, but this cracking down on immigration really became a thing in the 20th century, but especially the mass deportations being what they are today, being something that has occurred in the last 2 decades via the enforcement by these agencies that are relatively new. Libs would not care about ICE right now if a Dem was in office, sadly. And yeah, yes, they would not be. This whole, like, okay, the whole, oh, so really would Kamala have been that bad? Would Kamala Harris have been acting and saying the things that Donald Trump does? No. Donald Trump loves the spectacle and the theatrics of it all. Because again, his ideology being so hollow, it's requiring of spectacle to keep people's, like, to keep them revved up, okay, to keep them entertained. However, Kamala, when she was running to be president, she was talking about increasing security at the border. She was making fun of the fact that Donald Trump said he was going to build the wall and he didn't. Can you turn the air on? Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Time winnable as like emergency citywide ICE moratorium, that's a way to fix that. That's the way to rally behind that, because that's something better to say than in the raids. Emergency citywide ICE moratorium. See what I mean? Get that narrative together. Then here's our other risk. Violent optics do persist. Like really bad. Burning cars, highway blocks, tactical gear versus flag bearers. The medium turns the just cause into a chaotic image of fear and disruption. So visual peace with narrative cohesion is necessary, right? Narrative precision, visual peace, protest art, grandmothers on the front lines, cultural symbols of peace. There's a way things need to look. This is what I mean by the narrative warfare. But here's another thing. So Trump frames the protest before the protest framing itself is a major risk. He's already calling it an uprising, open border insurrection, and seditious. So they see that as a test of strength.
Yeah, this is a little lipped up with like the whole optics thing. I mean, I think this conversation this is so frustrating, and every time we have protests now, so much of the conversation revolves around optics. There's a lot of whitewashing around MLK Jr. and Malcolm X and other civil rights leaders and groups in the 60s where they had a diversity of tactics. And the reason that MLK talked about using nonviolence was not because he didn't believe in violence, but it was a way to show the violence of the state, which was shocking to people in the 60s when they would see the police spray protesters, who were just sitting down, doing a sit-in with hoses, sick dogs on them, beat them and kill them. They were trying, MLK's strategy was to highlight the differences between the state law enforcers and those who were engaging in civil protest. And even then, Americans saw him as a violent thug. And yeah, even then, the public was still majority against these various civil rights movements, the Freedom Riders, the sit-ins, these very civil rights tactics. Waymos are spies. Crumpets, thank you for 20 months. Oh, yeah. Waymos. Hey, cab. It doesn't matter if there are 100,000 peaceful protesters because the right-wing media will focus on the one guy who's not. Right. And what this does is it gives equal weight to like the handful of people who are lighting a car on fire or doing graffiti, which like who the fuck cares about graffiti? But it gives equal weight
Waymos
to
are spies.
those activities versus it being such a small part of it, you know? And so this conversation around optics, first of all, the people who you are protesting against, there's no optics that are going to be good for them. The mere fact that you are, if you disrupt the status quo from being carried out, then it don't matter what the optics are. They will do everything to stop you, and they will have the media and the, you know, their corporate and other allies who are behind them in this. I don't know, man. Like, there are just so many fucking examples of stuff like this. Look at this. Okay, look at this. This is a guy. He is walking. He is carrying a sign. He is run over by a horse. And then this pig on a horse comes up, takes out a baton, and I'm sorry, this is a really brutal video. But watch. He smashes then this horse in the head.
He tripped!
Insane. Yeah, insane. Because the horse like stopped. Because it was, there were, you know, to me, it's like the horse wasn't trying to run this person over. It stops. He takes out the baton to smash the protester in the head, or, you know, the protesters who are helping, and then smashes the horse in the head. It's like violence against humans and animals. Yeah, the horse had more humanity. It's fucking sick, man. This is Jeremy Lindenfeld. Longer clip to show more context. The protester was not, as some have hypothesized, antagonizing the officer or horse. Don't believe any of this shit. Which is why also stop wasting time when you take all of this time to be like, hey guys, so, you know, the optics, blah, 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 blah. It's ridiculous. Look at what they're doing. The point of causing disruption is not to beg for mercy from the state or the mythical people who optics fetishism centers. The point is to show each other that we have strength. What is piece of shit? Yeah, the cops don't give a fuck about optics. Also, a lot of times, they're burning their own cars, okay? They're smashing their own windows in. Are you going to believe all of these narratives that you see that every single horse and window and thing that is, you know, damaged is because of somebody who is not a cop? Cops are crisis actors. Waymos are cops. Cops are crisis actors. And look at this. Another example of LAPD firing on press. He just turns. He just turns and shoots at a journalist. Trying to steer optics is a moot point because the cops will manufacture the disorder they will then narratize in the media. Yeah, it is insane that journalists still will help with this narrative, because we have seen so much violence against journalists and those in the media, from the protests in Los Angeles to the genocide in Gaza. There are attacks on those who are trying to report the news and do their jobs. So why as a journalist are you doing the cops' work? Why as a journalist are you working on behalf of power to provide cover and manufacture consent for them? My dad, who's traditionally a lib, is convinced there are Fed plans within the protesters. I'm hoping this is a good trend for libs to break through the Dem goggles. Wow. That's pretty big. Wait, who was it? I think it was Talia Jane who tweeted it, that some, what was it? Talia Jane. I can't remember where it is, but basically she was at a protest, and this couple walked up to a guy and they were like, they were clearly feds, and the guy responded and said as much, and he's like, they were asking him questions and stuff like, hey, where's the communist rally, shit like that, and he correctly identified that they were giving Fed, and then they scurried away. They've already pinpointed the rare cases of things being destroyed all over media. If their cameras pan around anytime, all they will see is people protesting peacefully. We saw live how LAPD aggresses the crowds on Hassan's streams. Yes. So the focus needs to be on what the majority of what is happening. But instead, because of that sensationalizing, it makes people think that LA has like fallen into the pits of hell, and that people are just running around, killing each other, blowing things up. That it's like post-apocalyptic here, when the reality is most of what is happening is people in communities coming together, linking arms, saying, get out of our neighborhood's ice, with their signs, walking. Of course, the various law enforcers unleashing military tactics upon them. I almost forgot, there's not just the World Cup next year, there's the Cup World Cup that's currently taking place through mid-July, and guess which federal entity is providing security? Yeah, one major reason that Karen Bass has instilled a curfew and is having the LAPD assist ICE is because she wants to make sure that nothing happens to the federal funding that LA is set to receive for the Olympics, which is so fucking stupid that we are still going to be having the Olympics. It's like that the Olympics are not what we need right now, and also will have a worsening effect on the city. And also, who wants to come here? Who wants to come here? Border Patrol will be at Club World Cup, says its routine. Customs and Border Protection said it regularly provides security at big sporting events in response to questions about the agency's presence at the FIFA Club World Cup. Sick. The agency had previously deleted a social media post that said its officers would be suited and booted for the opening round this weekend of Club World Cup games. Border Patrol agents have routinely been called in to help with security for large events, including the Super Bowl. They handle things like screening cargo shipments into stadiums for hazardous materials and contribute to emergency planning. Yeah, so when they're taking a break from beating an 8-year-old from Honduras, then I guess they're helping out at these sporting events. You know, gotta keep them busy. Okay. Let's look here. Let's listen to Let's listen to Dick Wolf, not the creator of Law and Order, but the Marxist economist who's going to explain to us why Law and Order in this time is bullshit.
Welcome, friends, to another Wolf Responds. I want to talk to you today about why the events of
Hogan,
Los
thank you for the gifted sub.
Angeles are happening.
Duke Ranger Mac, thank
What
you for
does
the
it
21 months.
all mean? What is the significance of a moment in which the United States government turns its military troops on and against its own people? Because that is how the rest of the world is observing what is going on. Okay, here's my explanation, and I hope you find it worth thinking about. From the beginning of the phenomena we call Donald Trump, he has made a point of singling out immigrants from the beginning and without interruption to this minute.
Also, to be clear, the scapegoating of immigrants and the increase in anti-immigration rhetoric has been one that is not just happening in the United States, but is happening across Europe. And as we have seen a rise of far-right extremism, even in places like Germany, which far-right extremism in that place, well, we've seen this story before. But immigrants are being scapegoated in a lot of different places. So this is not just unique to Donald Trump. And remember, too, that Democrats took a shift to the right, a big old swing to the right on their immigration stances and policies. Even while Joe Biden was in office, what he ran on was very different from the way that his immigration policies and rhetoric ended up after 4 years of being in office. So just after those 4 years, seeing the way that Democrats, in an effort to try and win these voters that have increasingly been going and voting for candidates like Donald Trump, became much more right on the issue of immigration.
The immigrants are the cause of our problems. The immigrants are a blot upon the American experience and American society, and especially its economy.
Culture Vulture, thank you for the prime.
Wow. Undocumented immigrants, the ones he particularly focuses on, are, by the account of the American government, 10 to 11 million people in a population of 300 million. The notion that they are the cause of the economic...
Genuine questions you should be asking your friends and family who are so head in the dirt when it comes to believing the fear-mongering and dehumanizing language around immigrants. Be like, okay, do you think that mass deporting people, that going into elementary schools, taking children, going into these communities and taking people away, do you think that this is genuinely going to make your life better? Have you seen improvements to your life in the last, in the last 10 years when we've had both Republicans and Democrats? And they'll say no and be like, well, guess what? Mass deportation has been happening this whole time. Mass deportation is not something that is new. But have you seen genuine improvements to the quality of your life? No. And in fact, you probably think you would say that your life conditions are worsening, that your economic conditions are feeling even more precarious. But it's this, it's like, because immigrants are such a vulnerable group, and because they are a silent population, because they have no power, they are incredibly disempowered. Everybody speaks for them. Everyone speaks for immigrants. And a lot of times that is to their detriment. And it's why, it's why humanizing people who have been so thoroughly dehumanized, it's why inspiring through storytelling, telling the stories of these people who have been so demonized. Every single one of them has a journey. They all have a story. Well, legal immigrants have plenty of power. The only ones that don't have power are legal immigrants. Okay, so let me just tell you that your immigration status, when you are not a person, well, not even these days, I was going to say, born in the United States, immigration status has always been fluid. Always been fluid. So let's say you come to the United States. You spend a lot of money. It takes a lot of years. And finally, you are given permanent lawful residency. Guess what? That can be taken from you to no fault of your own. That can still mean that they deport you. Many such examples. So this idea of legal immigrants having plenty of power, no, not at all. Mahmoud Khalil is still sitting in a detention center. He has not held his newborn son. Once you become a citizen, you cannot be deported. That is not true. Also, you are confusing being a U.S. citizen with having something like a green card, with being a visa holder, with being, having temporary status while you're applying for long-term status. This is not a black and white thing where there's legal and there's illegal. And first of all, calling someone illegal is incredibly dehumanizing. Just to start with, okay? Referring to a human being as illegal. Do we want to get into the history of how the United States came to be? No human being is illegal. Also, another reminder that if you are here and you do not have documentation, that is a civil infraction. It is not a criminal infraction, but that also means that it's very hard for migrants and immigrants to get the documentation they need, because they are not guaranteed an attorney in immigration court because it is a civil matter. The U.S. supported U.S. citizens that were Mexican in the 1920s. You didn't make point there. All right.
Political or cultural problems of the United States is nothing short of preposterous. There are not enough of them. They have very little wealth, very little political power. They don't have the right to vote. They keep away from authority every which way they can for obvious reasons. The notion that they are the problem that a president should focus on should have told you long ago that this is a classic case of scapegoating.
To the chatter who's saying it, make a point here. I think you think that somebody who comes to this country from another country, if they pursue, legal avenues of residency, that always results in citizenship, which means that you do not know what a green card is. So maybe you should learn what a green card is, what a visa is, the differences between citizenship, both naturalized, native born, and residency.
If you're a demagogic politician, you look for some idea, usually an old one, that has been bubbling around in a society, and you try to hype that up so you can use it to ride into political power. And Mr. Trump had it here in the United States in two ways. Number one, since the 1970s, large numbers of Americans have lost their jobs, have lost their income, find it difficult to cover the expenses of a decent life, have to put their dreams on the shelf, have to lose out to an American dream they can no longer afford, and no one prepared them for it, and they're upset and angry and bitter, as is obvious they would be.
You are telling this to someone who's in court every day doing this? Okay, so if that means that you are an immigration attorney, you should fire yourself. Because the first comment you made was, well, legal immigrants have plenty of power. The only ones that don't have power are illegal immigrants. So it sounds like you got your degree off of, I don't know, fucking Google. So see yourself out the door. I hope that you never... I hope you do not work in this line of business. Or they're full of shit. Well, either way, they're full of shit. Either way, they're full of shit.
Come. Number two, among them, there are anti-immigrant feelings. The notion that somehow immigrants get people's sympathy. But what happened to these people born here in the United States, raised to think if they worked hard, they'd get a decent job and could take care of their family, discovering that that's not available at all, they get jealous, and jealous of the immigrant who they see being sympathized with, being helped a little by the government, and they want help for themselves, which they're not getting. You can see how the jealousy could be used by a politician to hype the immigrant as if they were evil, an invasion, sick, I'm quoting Mr. Trump, deranged, criminals. None of that is true. And that's typical of making a scapegoat. And I want to show also that Mr. Trump, from the beginning, was interested in showing that unlike the more conventional Republicans, he would go further. He was not going to be held back. Whatever he touched, whether it's ending the forever wars, or whether it's changing political rules, or whether it's coming down on the immigrants, he would go further. He is the real thing. The others are afraid. The Bidens on the Democratic side, the Bushes on the Republican. So the immigrants are the big bad guys, and Mr. Trump is going to go further. Before I show you how that produces...
they slash Medicaid. They slash Social Security. They make your life so much harder. And then they tell you that undocumented people are getting all of the benefits, that they're getting the things that you should be getting. And that's how they use them as scapegoats. That's how they dangle that carrot and go, these are the people that you should be angry at. Feel the fear and the anxieties and the anger that you experience, and this is who is your problem. This is who is taking all these things from you. A group of people who have no power whatsoever and receive no benefits whatsoever.
The events of Los Angeles, let me show you a political parallel to Mr. Trump. It's Adolf Hitler, and I didn't choose that to be sensational. Adolf Hitler had to deal with a German working class that was upset and angry. They also had been told there was a German dream they could aspire to. And then along came World War I, which destroyed that dream for them. And within a few years, they had the worst inflation that wiped out all their savings. And a few years after that, they had the Great Depression of 1929. It was too much for any working class to handle. And along came a demagogic politician. And he knew that among the German people, there had long been antipathy to Jews. It wasn't a major event. Jews were all over Germany by that time and had been there for many decades. But he saw an opportunity. He could turn the upset, the anger, the bitterness of large sections of the German working class against a preposterous enemy, the Jews.
Oh, God. People being stupid today. Hey, let me give you this hypothetical that I've conjured up in my mind, or that I have taken from somebody on Twitter who's as much of a dumbass as I am, and apply it to an entire population of people. Yeah, well, what if someone comes here to work for the cartel and are mass murdering people? They should be deported. Do you think that people who are arguing for the rights of immigrants, who are against the current processes of mass deportation, are like, yeah, people should come here and just murder people? Yeah, that's what I'm fighting for. Come here and commit violent crime. No, that is fear-mongering propaganda. And what they'll do is they will spend a ton of time, whether it's Fox News, Donald Trump, even fucking Joe Biden was doing this, and they will cherry pick. They will show you one instance of someone who is undocumented, who committed a violent crime, and be like, see, this is why we have to treat all of these people as violent criminals. Even if, yeah, I mean,
they didn't have the money. They didn't have the power.
Still deserve due process.
They were a very small minority in German society. They didn't account for anything. But you could make the story stick, and you would go further in ostracizing and hurting Jews. Ultimately, you killed them in order to show how rigorous you were against this hyped up scapegoat. Is what you made of the Jewish population. We don't do that to Jews here, but we do something very close to immigrants. There's a story in a recent spate of news
NCK
programs
Sad, thank you for the 3 months.
that indicates that the American airplanes deporting immigrants are not going to Mexico City, where the government of Mexico asked for them, because the government of Mexico has prepared housing and jobs for these returning people who have nothing. But the American government isn't doing that. It's dropping them in remote villages deep in the south of Mexico, farther from the American border, where there is no housing and there are no jobs. And what are these people supposed to do? Is this the final solution to the immigrant problem here in America? The logic points in that horrific direction. And then we come to a special military type organization, ICE, a governmental setting up of a new kind of police, specifically targeting immigrants with their faces covered in masks so you can't identify them, so they can commit all kinds of acts invisible to a government that is employing them in the first place. Hitler had those kinds of military influence.
Literally the Gestapo, and I can say that with certainty. Yes. This is a rogue group that is masked. They are wearing plain clothes, and they are kidnapping people in broad daylight off the streets, throwing them into unmarked vans, taking them to some of the most heinous conditioned detention centers, holding them for indefinite periods of time, keeping them from having medicine, food, water, access to their attorneys, their families not knowing where they are.
Formal formations that went after the Jews.
Like, as a German historian, my man Dick Wolf be splitting 100% facts.
Arrested them and smashed their stores when they had them, and so on. And ICE is not necessary. If you don't want the immigrants, close the borders. We have a border system to do that. Go into court, use the legal procedures that allow you to remove immigrants who
now
don't
to the
have
legal
documents.
battle.
You don't have to raid their workplaces. You don't have to do it all overnight. You don't have to do it with stormtrooper outfits for the people doing it. None of that is necessary unless you're hyping the chosen scapegoat, which is what you're doing. And you know, in some parts of the country, like Los Angeles, where large numbers of immigrants exist, they are now inserted into that society in all the different ways. They work in government offices, they work in hospitals, they work in schools, they work all over the place, because that's what they have to do to survive, to work. And if you suddenly terrify them, and if you suddenly persecute them and snatch them out of their job, you disrupt. Necessary. This is not a crisis except in the political theater that Mr. Trump organizes. It's for him to pander to his base, to keep mobilized the upset and anger of people for good reason in this culture, but focused on somebody who wasn't their problem, whose deportation will not solve their problem. But in the course of it, we are disrupting not only the lives of all these immigrants, but all of Los Angeles, which is a major city in this country whose functioning is being disrupted. And the whole process involves breaking laws, breaking traditions, and using your own military on your own people in order to keep this political theater going. That's what Los Angeles is all about. Don't be fooled. If interventions like this strike you as worthwhile, please share this video with others that might be interested. Friends,
fooled.
family, co-workers, neighbors. And of course, if you can help us defray the costs of doing this, we would be grateful. Just go to our website and there will be ways for you to.
Don't be fooled, and don't be a fool. Again, the Holocaust and its deportations were legally deporting people does not mean it's right. Yeah, and to be clear, like, the way that ICE is going about these deportations, they are breaking laws. Okay, you cannot deny people due process. Does not matter your immigration status. Also, they are going into sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Not to mention just like the immorality of it all. But there are plenty of examples throughout history when the law was followed, but the laws were built to allow discrimination. So the law does not equal justice, but a lot of people will use they'll use their belief in law and order as an argument for things that are unlawful but also immoral. And people will rightfully point out many examples where laws allowed legal discrimination. So now people should just break the law and just let everyone in, right? Sure, Aaron.
Important is for folks to understand.
This is Democracy Now! An overnight curfew for downtown Los Angeles.
Okay, so this is about the No Kings protests that are happening Saturday. There are 1,800 plus rallies that are planned. The name No Kings coming from Donald Trump's love of referring to himself as a king. Wake almost in tears yesterday. He's going through it. Yeah, well, he was here for like 10 days, and I know it was good for his mental, good for his soul. I told him he can come back anytime.
This has been announced by Mayor Karen Bass following days of protest against federal immigration raids. Mayor Bass cited vandalism and looting of local businesses as the reason for the curfew. President Trump's ordered the deployment of 700 Marines who will be arriving in Los Angeles today to join thousands of members of the National Guard who've also been deployed to the city. Speaking at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, President Trump criticized the California governor and Los Angeles mayor who opposed the deployments. Some of the troops in the audience booed at the mention of their names.
In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles, they're incompetent, and they paid troublemakers, agitators, and insurrectionists. They're engaged in...
Wait, did you guys see Pam Bondi say that January 6th was different from what's happening in Los Angeles? Let me see if I can find... Pam Bondi, January 6th. It was actually one of the wildest
Law
things.
enforcement, they need to have their hands untied where they can do their jobs. Right now in California, what we're doing is working by bringing in the National Guard, by bringing in the Marines right now to back them up, to protect our federal buildings, to protect the highways, to protect the citizens. So right now...
Well, hold on a second. Okay, so you're bringing them in to protect the federal buildings. But when they came in, they were immediately brutalizing people who were not doing anything to the federal buildings like they were on January
California.
6th.
We're at a good point. We're not scared to go further. We're not frightened to do something else.
We will kill them.
Right now,
we will kill all of them.
Banging up sidewalks? Is it something else? Like, what's the threshold for?
Well, right now we're hoping it's going to get under control. We hope the curfew will work, and we're going to continue
Protect the
to do
highways!
everything we can to keep California safe. If the government of California is not...
Look, I am here on this earth to protect the 101. I am here to protect and serve the 405. As much as I fucking hate these highways, because they are always filled with traffic, I am here to protect them.
Going to help them. One more question.
One more question.
the administration has talked a lot about defending law enforcement over the last week or so that these protests are going on, but you've been criticized for having a double standard with the president pardoning all these people who attacked police officers on January 6th in his first day in office. How do you answer that criticism?
Well, this is very different. These are people out there hurting people in California right now. This is ongoing, no longer. We're going to protect them. We're going to do everything we can.
Wait, is she talking about the cops hurting people in California? Because that's who's hurting people in California. Objectively speaking, the only people who have been hurt are people who have been hurt because of the actions of law enforcement. Are you now calling the highways people? Is the 101 now a person? Oh, people have been stopping traffic in the 101. They are on her. They are on her, and she has feelings. Okay, she has dreams.
To prosecute violent criminals in California. California is burning. These people are waving Mexican flags, yet they don't want anyone to go back to Mexico. They're burning American flags. This is the United States of America, and we're going to protect Americans. We're going to protect all citizens out there. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
It is actually the most insane mental gymnastics to be like, no. This is very different from January 6th. On January 6th, no one got hurt. All right. No one got hurt. Wink, wink. They weren't there to there were no highways. Okay. On January 6th, none of the highways got hurt. Can we go back to the highways, please? Can we focus on what's really important here? Okay. It's the highways. Stop talking about other things. Nazi and Confederate flags were flown on Jan 6th. But see, Pam Bondi considers those to be American flags. She's like, yeah, I'd spot the difference. I don't. Life is a highway. Rascal Flats, anybody? I want to ride it all night long. How can I ride it all night long when she's being hurt by these ruffians, by these dangerous psychopaths? She can't be ridden all night long when she can't even ride. You know who else are people? Waymos.
This willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the
Hogan, thank you for the
occupation of the city by
gifted.
criminal invaders. That's what it is. They're invaders. No different.
Honestly, in my hierarchy of human life, it goes highways, Waymos, and then human beings. Let's not get it twisted. Highways, Waymos, and windows. Let's not forget about the windows, please. Okay? You saw what they did on Columbia's campus when a window was broken. I mean, I'm still up at night. I'm still kept up at night thinking about her.
Protests against militarized immigration enforcement have spread to other cities.
Windows are
like
our
New York,
friends!
Chicago, and Atlanta. This weekend, on Saturday, under the banner of No King's Day, at least 18,000 rallies have been organized nationwide, more and more joining every day. This coincides with a major military parade that will be taking place in the Capitol. Tanks and other armored vehicles are being transported to Washington, D.C. for the parade on June 14th, which is Donald Trump's 79th birthday and the U.S. Army's 25th anniversary. On Tuesday, President Trump threatened heavy force would be used against anyone who protests at the parade.
And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country.
He's like, look, I don't even know about these protests, but let me just say, if there are these protests, then they will be stopped. Okay, even though I haven't even heard of them. All right, they're talking about them, but I haven't even heard about them.
They will be met with very heavy force.
Protest organizers are encouraging participants to go to Philadelphia instead of Washington, D.C.
You know what I want for my birthday? I want tanks rolling down the street and people being beaten bloody. That's how I want to celebrate my 33rd birthday.
For more on the latest news, the troop deployments and the planned rallies this weekend, we're joined by two guests. Leah Greenberg is co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible. The group is organizing the No Kings Day protests on June 14th. And Jojo Sweat, a former Marine and the organizing director for the veterans group Common Defense, who will also be taking part in the No Kings Day protests planned in over 1,800 cities. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Leah Greenberg, if you could begin by explaining your group Indivisible is organizing this protest, these mass protests across the country. Explain why.
Well, when we heard and got the news that Donald Trump was planning this military parade, we understood it as part of a broader effort to project power, to chill dissent, to cement authoritarian control around this country. Right? This is not just a parade.
Seize woman on screen. Damn. God, I'm horny.
Your campaign that is involved attacking state government, or attacking the power of states, attacking civil society, going after labor leaders like David Huerta, the president of SEIU, who in California, who was arrested while peacefully protesting ICE detentions or ICE kidnappings. What we're seeing is a wholesale effort to assert dominance and power from sending troops into LA completely unnecessarily and illegally to having this military parade in DC for his birthday. And so what we feel like in this moment is really important is for folks to understand he may have his fascist theatrics in DC, but real power comes from people everywhere, all over the country. And so that's why we called for the No Kings protests. And what we've seen, we've got over 1,900 protests now all over the country. We are seeing a skyrocketing number of people who are showing up, who are asking, what can I do, who are horrified by what is happening in LA and who want to stand up. And what we're going to show him on June 14th is that real power lies in the people, lies in the consent of the governed, not in a pageant for your birthday in Washington.
Yeah, so as a reminder, okay, if you are a U.S. taxpayer, your money is going to Donald Trump's tanks at his birthday party. Your money is going towards ICE ripping people out of communities. Your money is going towards Israel attacking Iran, promising a full-scale military operation. This is what your money is going towards. Are these things that you like, that are improving your own conditions? No, it's not. This is money that's being spent on war, on conquest, on violent matters. Copium, just one more aircraft carrier, bro. Please, just one more aircraft carrier, and then I'll have health care, surely.
In DC.
And as a reminder, there are a lot of people who do make money off of these things. Private contractors who make billions when we provide arms to Israel. Contractors that make billions off of mass deporting people. There are a lot of these private companies that greatly benefit from human suffering. And the more that you lose, the more that we lose, the more that they win.
I wanted to bring Jojo Sweat into this conversation, former Marine with the group Common Defense right now. First, I wanted to get your response to Marines being deployed to the streets of Los Angeles. At this point, 700 of them, though President Trump has now said that National Guard and Marines will be deployed around the country. And also get your response as a former Marine to what we're calling this parade, but in fact, it's more than 24 M1 Abrams tanks, each weighing more than 60 tons. This is why it's costing something like tens of millions of dollars, this parade in Washington, to shore up the streets. The question is if they will be damaged by this heavy military hardware. They're going to be going down Constitution Avenue near the White House in a procession that until recently was not part of the 250th anniversary of the Army's programming, accompanied by scores of infantry, fighting vehicles, heavy artillery weaponry, plus some 6,600 soldiers as helicopters fly overhead. So if you could talk first about the Marine deployment.
Yeah,
as
Trump,
a former
Trump wants a
Marine,
Tiananmen
and
Square.
then about this massive
Trump wants to be in a tank running people over.
Show of force that people usually identify with heavily militarized societies like military parades in North Korea.
First, thank you for having me. And related to Marines and National Guard being deployed to LA, I think it's obviously a terrible idea, especially because it is not the idea of the leadership of the state to invite them to be there. Now, the National Guard has a function and works well within the states that it supports, but by the call and guidance of the governor.
Also, a bunch of Democrats just let me see. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Let me get the exact names. Yeah, the House voted to nullify DC's sanctuary city law. So that would mean that they would then be that DC would have to cooperate with ICE. Let's get a list of these names. Okay. House Democrats. House Democrats. Vote to nullify DC sanctuary city. Boop boop dee doo. I want a list of names so you can see if. Okay, yeah, 11 Democrats crossed the aisle to support the measure. Name 'em and shame 'em. Somebody finds a list of those Democrats faster than I can. Which Democrats? Which House Democrats just nullified? I know that Henry Cuellar was one of them, because that guy loves to side with Republicans on everything. Oh, I hear cop cars outside. That's fun. Okay, anyway, let me keep playing
there
this while I
in the
look for
state,
this.
which hasn't been completed. And so it's kind of an overstretch for the president of the United States to be involved in states' affairs in that way when not requested. The other factor about the Marine Corps is that that is not the purpose of our Marine Corps. That is not why the Marine Corps exists. And when I was a Marine, if I wasn't in a combat or war scenario, then I was in a humanitarian scenario. And that's when we're, fixing everything that we've destroyed and trying to rebuild, not things that we would want to do on U.S. soil. And doesn't make me feel good that it's the president of the United States that is requesting this type of armed reaction on its citizens, that is citizens that are actually practicing their rights that they have here in the United States. As far as the parade, it's an egregious overspend. It is a showing of his ego. It is also his.
All right, here we go. 11 House Democrats voting yes to repeal DC's sanctuary city law. You have case from Hawaii, Cuellar from Texas, Davis, North Carolina, Gillen, New York, Golden, Maine, Gonzales, Texas, Gray, California, McDonald, Rivet, Michigan, Glusenkamp, Perez, Washington, Swazi, New York, Whitesides, California. And then additionally, there was... yeah. These 75 Democrats joined Republicans to express gratitude to ICE agents and call for greater local and state collaboration with ICE. 75 Democrats. So, again, if you think that the Democrats will save you, think again. They will not. They will not. Yes. So anyway, what happened here? The House, the House passed this legislation that requires the DC to comply with all federal immigration laws.
His birthday. It is not just the Army's 250th year of service. It's actually the Marine Corps' birthday later on this year. So we don't have these individual
Glusenkamp
parades.
Perez is such a weirdo. At the welcome conference, they said their favorite candy was body part gummies. Get these freaks the fuck out of office, truly. Gracious Plague, thank you for the 34 months.
Or support of parades by the military to the president, like you've seen in North Korea. We just went through 2 crazy quarters of this new administration with them.
Okay, breaking news. Judge blocks Trump from deploying National Guard in Los Angeles. The ruling orders the administration to return control of the National Guard to the California governor. It takes effect on Friday. Yeah, this was fucking insane. Senator Alex Padilla, Democrat of California, was forced to the floor, handcuffed, and removed by federal agents after interrupting a news conference. I like this language of like interrupting a news conference. He was at a place where he was allowed to be, and it was an open question conference. Yeah, I tried to send that to you an hour ago. Sorry. Yeah, Kristi Noem was giving a news conference, and he was asking a question and then was brutally handled by her security. Okay, so let's see. This is going to take effect tomorrow at noon Pacific time. Judge Charles Breyer said his actions were illegal, both exceeding the scope of his statutory authority and violating the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. The ruling came hours after images of a Democratic senator from California being grabbed and handcuffed by federal agents touched off another round of political furor. Unrest also flared on Thursday night at a privately run immigration detention center in Newark. Get the fuck out of LA. Now, even though the National Guard is going to be gone, it is not going to stop ICE from doing their raids, okay? ICE has planned to do these raids for the next month. So we still have to keep ICE out of our communities. The National Guard will not be here to support them, but the LAPD sure is. So Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, liberal mayor and liberal governor, they are not allowed to escape criticism here and accountability for letting the LAPD brutalize protesters who are protesting against ICE's actions. What about the Marines? Did the Marines even end up? Let's see. Marines begin operations in Los Angeles Friday. Let's see what's happening with the Marines. LA Marines. Okay, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I mean, my thinking is probably that the Marines were not ruled against because they were not even here yet. They're supposed to get here tomorrow. Did you see this from the... Yes, I did. This guy's a psychopath. This guy's the type of guy... Okay, why is this not loading? This guy's the type of guy who absolutely gets into law enforcement because he wants to kill people.
So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that.
Okay.
If you block an intersection or a roadway
Highways
in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down.
Oh, are you going to do
put
it?
you in jail. If
Are
you
you
try to
gonna run him
mob
down?
rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here.
Bro, unfortunately, this is why cop dogs are ACAB.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be
loser.
notifying your family where to collect your remains at.
Oh my
Because we will
fucking
kill
God.
you graveyard dead.
Oh my God. Listen to this loser.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. Because we will kill you graveyard dead.
What a loser! All right, dude. Okay, because we will kill you. Graveyard dead. Honestly, these guys, God, these cops have such massive egos. They truly have the, like, they probably, like, my life is a movie. My life is a movie. They think that they are giving some great speech in like an action film. At the climax.
Play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked.
They think they're Bill Pullman in Independence Day.
Being spit on, being put in harm's way.
He wants to be
just for
Denzel
doing
so
their
bad.
jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing
no.
their jobs. And you're seeing
Oh,
obstructions
no.
that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order.
Law and order. That's right. Dun dun. We're going to protect law and order by killing the shit out of you. That pig thought he cooked. That's right. He did. I'm sorry, but the guy all the way to the right looks like those fake male punching stands. As a nurse, I've been spit on, yelled at, and assaulted, but it didn't allow me to do anything back. You mean you didn't say this?
And most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we or point a gun at one of our deputies. We will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. Because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play.
We're not going to play. We're not going to play. Ooh, we're so scared of you, big boy. We're so scared. We're so scared. This is why I love living in Florida. Man, that's pretty sad. I love living in Florida, where it's always humid as fuck. We've got hella hurricanes. And then that guy. The only reason I'd be afraid of him is if I was a donut. Donuts hate to see him coming. They hate to see him coming.
giving us Doge, and on the pretense that we need to save money as
Caroline hates Florida chatters. I just don't like Florida. It does not suit me. What can I tell you? What can I tell you?
country, and that we're broke. And so to say those things and enact a Doge and talk about cutting 83,000 jobs at the VA and Medicare and care for everyday Americans, but then to host this parade in Washington, D.C., where there's not even really roads to support this, we're spending an egregious amount of money. And for what? A birthday celebration that is completely unnecessary.
If you could talk more about the amount of money, for example, the 45 million. It started at 20 million.
It's 11 p.m. Humidity is 82% outside. See, that's why I don't fuck with Florida. I don't fuck with humidity. A teenage retail worker on the first day of their job has better de-escalation tactics than most cops. Yeah. If you work in retail, you can de-escalate better than a cop can.
Now it's gone up, as you point out, then yet thousands of jobs have been lost through Doge. If you could talk about the health care and cuts to veterans' health care.
Yeah, these cuts to veterans' health care are already showing up, actually, especially in rural communities or with veterans that are using specialty services specifically for cancer treatment. We're talking to those veterans already who are being affected, who are being denied care, who have lost their psychiatrists, their therapists on staff. Turning around and spending that money in the face of America for a parade for a president does not seem like you really care. And we were in DC just the first week of May, trying to interface and speak with Secretary Doug Collins. And in fact, he actually ran from us when we asked him the question about cutting 83,000 jobs and then having a parade for the president. But a lot of these representatives don't want to answer those questions, or they want to relate it to recruiting. And I don't think that this is what recruiting dollars should be spent on.
See, again, all the fucking theater, okay? The theatrics, the showmanship, the spectacle. Having tanks rolling down the DC blocks. Spectacle, man.
Working on is that of Black veteran Marlon Paris from Trinidad and Tobago, who was detained in Phoenix, Arizona.
Wait, speaking of
days after.
Speaking of theater. We're
not going to allow that.
Mr. President, can you tell us?
This is Donald Trump walking the red carpet on the Kennedy Center, at the Kennedy Center, and then going to see Les Mis.
Question on the musical. Have you seen the musical before, and do you identify more with Jean Valjean or Javert?
That's a tough one, that last part of that question. That's tough, I think. You better answer that one, honey. I don't know.
I'm sorry, but him turning to Melania and being like, you better answer that one, honey. I don't know. And she's just like, Les Miserables. Melania don't fucking know, bro. She's like, who? Oh, Les Miserables. And they're like, yes, that's the name of the musical. Yes, Mrs. Trump. Yes, First Lady Mrs. Trump. She hasn't seen it. Also, she doesn't give a fuck.
I've seen it. We've seen it a number of times. It's fantastic. I thought it was just about our first choice. That's what we got. And we have others coming. Other great ones are coming.
Phantom.
We're not going to allow that.
Mr. President.
Also, I'm sorry, but this man is not Jean Valjean, okay? This man is not Jean Valjean. You know who he is? He's not even Javert. No. And by that, Javert. I said Javier. Excuse me. You know who he is? He is Monsieur and Madame Thénardier. That's who he is. The greedy, evil, manipulative, horrible pieces of shit in Les Mis. That's who he is. The profiteers. Yeah. The cruel, unscrupulous profiteers who like abuse little Cosette.
Musical. Have you seen the musical before, and do you identify?
Donald Trump looks inbred, TBH. And then the other comment that had me rolling on the floor dying. About to see Les Miserables with POTUS at the Kennedy Center. Me to Usha. So, what's this about? A barber who kills people? Usha. Hysterical laughter. Usha was not hysterically laughing. Also, it's very fucking funny that he knows Sweeney Todd, but wouldn't know Les Mis. Les Mis is a much bigger musical than Sweeney Todd. So he is just trying, he's just making shit up. This guy is trying to be so funny and relatable, and he's such a loser. No, the Thénardiers are funny. He's the warden guy that harasses Fantine. You know what? Better answer. He is the warden that harasses Fantine. Who isn't he like a fucking creep? He knows Sweeney Todd because he's trying to use as much makeup as them. JD Vance is not a person who should try and be relatable because it's like a dog walking on its hind legs. It's just not right. It's not right. And it's never going to be right. Imagine this bitch trying to say he doesn't know Les Mis. Like, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Also, imagine Usha Vance hysterically laughing. It's like the meme of Nathan Fielder. All my friends, they're just off screen or they're off camera laughing. Yeah, I'm sure Usha was hysterically laughing at you saying, "So what's this about? A barber who kills people?" God. The loser takeover of the Kennedy Center. It's pain. It's pain. Hide your couch, hide your wife. Also, you know what, Sam Stacey? That's a good point. The irony of seeing Les Mis while these protests are happening. Yeah. The irony of these rich fucks in power going to see a musical about the struggle for revolution. The people rising up because they are sick and tired of living in poverty and, the corrupt system and the injustices they face on a daily basis. Do you hear the people sing? You know that song? Singing a song of angry men. It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. How? Oh, God. Just picturing them sitting there watching fucking Les Mis as protests occur across the country because of the evil, cruel, disgusting policies that are currently being carried out. Do you hear the people sing? Do you think they watched that and did not side with the revolutionaries? I bet you JD Vance watched Les Mis and was like, you know what, actually? I think those revolutionaries should all be killed. I think they should all die. I don't think it's a good thing if they win. It's like Star Wars bros being fascists. I know. Let them eat cake looking asses. They went to Les Mis to figure out how to not make the same mistakes. Yeah, they watched Les Mis and were like, Jean Valjean, you know what? He should have served life in prison for stealing that bread. I don't think 20 years was enough. I think he should have been murdered. You steal a loaf of bread, we'll kill you. It's about a man who has to steal food to survive. When he finally gets out of prison, he's still ostracized until a bishop is generous to him, and then it's fine until a shitty cop fucks it up. Yeah. And is just obsessed. He's obsessed with him. Javert. There's a lot of the Empire did nothing wrong type Star Wars fans in the administration. Yeah, it's using things in pop culture and twisting it around to fit your fascist ideology.
To Trump's inauguration in January. This is his wife, Tanisha Hartwell Paris.
I am having to visit my husband through a glass window.
Okay, I just genuinely, I can't stop laughing at the irony of watching Les Mis and then doing all this shit. Like, no. But actually, can you imagine actually Donald Trump sitting there, tears rolling down his face as he's listening to the sounds of One Day More. One day more. And he's like, oh my God. You know what? Actually, I'm going to quit. I'm resigning. I'm done. And I'm going to go do theater like I always wanted to do. One day more to revolution. We will nip it in the bud. Are we the revolutionaries? Yeah, Donald, you know what? Donald Trump, JD Vance sitting there and going, is this fucking play about us? Are we the revolutionaries? I bet they both slept through it. Oh, yeah. They fell asleep. They fell asleep as Jean Valjean goes to prison for stealing bread, and then they wake up as he's dying, and they're like, "Huh, yeah, that was great." Yeah, no.
And I do not know when he's coming home.
Okay, anyway, sorry, let me back up a second here.
After Trump's inauguration in January. This is his wife, Tanisha Hartwell Paris.
I am having to visit my husband through a glass window. And I do not know when he's coming home.
So could you tell us more about the case?
Yeah, I'm really close with the Paris family in Arizona. As you reported, Marlon was picked up several days after the Trump administration.
Bro, this is very sad, and it's another example of how the government does not give a shit about you, is not here for you. The second that they cannot use you anymore.
Took office and after their immigration policies went into play. Although Marlon Paris had committed a crime, he served his sentence. He left that system and became a viable member of our society. You know, once he had adequate treatment, once he got access to his VA services after being deployed to war several times, and I want to stress that his crime was a nonviolent crime. The minute Trump became in office, Marlon Paris was leaving his home in his neighborhood in Phoenix, Arizona, to go to work, and was just randomly targeted, picked up, and detained, and has been detained since January 22nd.
Yeah, and you'll have the same hogs in this country who are like, respect the flag, military heroes, blah, 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 who will then go, yeah, no, that guy was a criminal. No, he should be deported.
His court date continues to be pushed out so that we can try to mitigate whatever is happening with his paperwork that's causing all of this. There are been many missteps that have happened within his immigration process, but one thing that we know for sure is that he has a letter of no interest, which is a letter that you get when any situation comes up in your life where you're eligible for deportation. So he got that no interest letter at the end of his court case and serving his time. In addition to that, his green card was renewed after that in 2017, and it's not even set to expire until 2027. But there was an error when he was coming back from vacation into the United States in 2023, I believe, and they confiscated his green card. And he's been trying to reobtain his green card through legal representation since that happened. He was allowed re-entry into the country, but they took away his documents. And in the fight to try to get those back, suddenly this man has been detained under the new administration, and we haven't been able to rectify the situation. And he's currently detained in Florence, and our next court date is in August.
So if you could explain more fully, Jojo, about the number of people who go into the military hoping it will help them become U.S. citizens, and yet seeing that people are being deported after they have served in the U.S. military.
Yeah, no one hates veterans more than Trump.
Yeah, it's thousands. I was actually a recruiter during the time that we were recruiting for the Forever Wars when I came back from that war. And so
genuinely, Donald Trump, when he called veterans suckers and losers, he meant you are such a fool for doing the bidding of power that does not give a shit about you. Like, what an idiot you are, that they are using you, that they send you over. You know, me, I got out of it. I wasn't gonna go do that shit. But you're a fucking idiot that you go over there and you do all this shit and it fucks you up. Like, truly, he looks at people who the government uses and abuses and is like, ha! Look at what an idiot you are to also then believe that, like, that's not the case.
I was a
Calls
recruiter in
Republicans
Denver,
dumb and
Colorado,
stupid on camera. Yeah.
Around 2000.
Yeah.
Late 2003 to 2006. Giving away at that time, which was totally unprecedented for the Marine Corps.
Even my veteran husband doesn't respect the military. He said it was his biggest mistake in life joining. He has 3 bent discs and sciatica nerve damage and is essentially going to be deaf in 30 years. He's my anti-imperialist anarchist king. I mean, it's usually veterans who make up these, who make up these anti-imperialist, anti-war groups because they know better than anyone. They know better than anyone the lies and the destruction caused by the American military. That these guys who go over there, I mean, guys and girls, of course, guys are just, gender neutral term for me, but they go over there and they are physically and psychologically so damaged, and then return to a country that doesn't care about them and realize that they were taken advantage of, realize that they were, lied to. Now, it's not all veterans and, military families are often very resolute in their beliefs that joining the military is this heroic thing and it's the best thing that you can do for your country. But it's telling that guys like Mike Preisner, these other notable anti-war activists were veterans themselves. It's often veterans who lead these activist groups that call for an end to American imperialism and try and speak the truth about the military.
A 2-year contract to join the United States military because we were in an active war. And what that means is that instead of serving 4 years and then 4 years in the IRR, you would do 2 years on active duty and have 6 years on the IRR. And many talking points when we were selling that program to join the United States military was talking about a pathway to citizenship. As a recruiter and somebody who used to have to compile all the documents of anybody that I needed to enter into the Marine Corps and send to the MEPS, it floored me to discover that after the MEPS and medical process and verifying who you are as a person of entry into the service, generally the buck stops there. And it becomes then the onus of the service member to find the way for that pathway to citizenship. And if they do, and they have a good command that helps set them up to do the paperwork, they may get several appointments that are scheduled in future time. And then when that service member deploys
After this,
or gets
we'll take a look and see what's happening.
That is the farthest thing from their mind.
We'll see what's happening with Israel. Because Pray for Israel is trending. Why the fuck? Why the fuck? Pray for Israel is trending. When we all know who, you know what Israel is? Israel and the U.S., we're all looking for the guy who did this.
Because in their mind, they're thinking, well, I joined the service with a pathway to citizenship. They have all my documents. They know everything about me. They must be taking care of it. When in fact, the United States military has no impact or no design on helping you actually get that citizenship. So unfortunately, a lot of people leave the service thinking, I'm a U.S. citizen because I served in the United States military, and I have this beautiful document called the DD-214. And when in fact that is not the case. And when they find themselves in a situation that makes them eligible for deportation, that is generally when they find out that they are eligible for deportation and are not a U.S. citizen.
So, Leah Greenberg, let's go back to the resistance to Trump, what Trump is doing, the protests that you have planned across the country, the No King's Day protests. I mean, in this case, the military parade that's happening on Saturday is one he wanted to have during his first term, inspired in 2017 by the Bastille Day parade that he witnessed in France. But at the time, D.C. officials and the military resisted, with Defense Secretary at the time, Jim Mattis, reportedly saying that he would rather, quote, swallow acid. So if you could talk about what you see as greater capitulation now to Trump among government and military officials.
You know what? I'd rather swallow acid goes hard.
I think you're speaking to a phenomenon that we're seeing across all facets of society, which is that in 2017, there was resistance to Trump from a bunch of different places, right? Everyone from federal employees to members of his own party, sometimes to state and city governments, to business, media, corporations, higher education. Folks pushed back and held up like whatever little corner of the norms of liberal democracy that they were supposed to hold up. And what we've seen this time around that I think has been one of the dominant themes of the last 6 months has been just an enormous degree of people obeying in advance, people treating Trump as the new normal and trying to, go along to comply to secure their own safety and position under this would-be dictator. And this is what we talk about when we talk about this internally. We talk about the aura of inevitability, the idea that this guy is in power, he's gonna stay in power. You just gotta make your peace with it and figure out how to secure your own safety. And I think that's what we've seen across a bunch of facets of society, and part of how we get something like a military parade, which is that anybody in the military who was prepared to tell Donald Trump this is a bad idea is saying no, that DC government is in a fundamentally different posture than it was in 2017. And, it's just part of a broader phenomenon, right? California does not want the National Guard. Nobody in DC wants wants a military parade. The only person who wants all of these theatrics, all of these authoritarian tactics, these militarized
This is
crackdowns
his
on our
own Les
communities,
Mis.
the only person who wants, or the person who wants this, is Donald Trump. And so
Donald Trump watch Les Mis is like, you know what? Can we add that to my birthday party? Can we stage this, but on the White House lawn?
fundamentally, we've got to collectively generate the pushback that kicks other parts of society, the other people who are responsible for pushing back wherever they are, back into gear. We've got to, by showing up in large numbers, generate the conditions for courage that let other people push back too.
So finally, Leah Greenberg, if you can talk about No King's Day. I mean, before I said 18,000, but I think the number is 1,800 cities and towns and villages
18,000
and counting. But how you're organizing, and also your decision not to hold a major protest in Washington, D.C. on Saturday, as Trump threatens to use heavy military force against protesters, but how the organizing is taking place.
Yeah, that's right. Well, look, Indivisible is a movement of regular people. We are working with partners and an extraordinary coalition across the entire pro-democracy coalition, from veterans groups like our friends at Common Defense, labor unions, civil rights organizations, immigrant rights groups, faith leaders. We really want to pull in as many people as possible into this collective moment of peaceful defiance of a would-be dictator. Now, these events are organized by people in your community, right? They are overwhelmingly volunteers who are putting them together in order to create a community space for us to push back. There are, as you said,
Nuru Shadu, I cannot believe that you've put this image into our head.
Actually 1,900 on the map as of this morning, and it continues to rise. We anticipate hitting over 2,000 events around the country by the end of today. If you are pretty much wherever you are probably about less than 30 minutes away from your closest No Kings event. They have incredible coverage, including in really red areas where you might not expect there to be resistance. That what we're finding is that this is everywhere. So if you are interested, you can go to nokings.org and you can look on our map and find the event that is closest to you. If there is not.
Please explain why everyone, Hassan has been, Hassan is everyone, is saying it's lived up. Well, I have not seen people's takes on this, but maybe it's because they want to make the differentiation between protesting not just Donald Trump, but our government's Democrat or Republican policies on mass deportation. So the liberal tactic is to blame everything on Donald Trump, you know? So if Kamala were in office, mass deportations happening under her, liberals would not be they would not be protesting about it. They would not be saying that Kamala Harris is a fascist, anything like that. So I mean, look, obviously protesting Trump's policies is a good thing, right? Like, Trump is in office right now. He is sending in the National Guard. It is his administration that's currently in power. But understanding that this is not something that is just singular to Donald Trump. That Donald Trump is not, liberals like to treat him as a special evil, as if like things were fine before Donald Trump, things will be fine after Donald Trump is gone. It's the orange man bad strategy, where as soon as we get rid of orange man, then our country goes back to normal. Well, normal is no universal health care. Normal is insane corporate profits, while those who provide the labor have their wages continuously stagnating. Normal is mass deportations. Normal is, unbridled support to Israel. Like, if that's normal, then normal is not good. Okay, anywho, let's take a look here and see what
News Middle East reporter Courtney Keeley again. Courtney, this brings
let's
back the
hear
question
how the
of
mainstream
timing
media
of these attacks. You have
twist
these
things
negotiations going on
around
between
so
the
that
US and
Israel
Iran
comes out to
over
be the
nuclear
victim here.
programs. You also have the conflict going on.
Okay, I
in
get that.
Israel
Thanks,
with
that
Gaza,
helps.
which is a
It's the idea of the
separate
narrow
conflict,
scope
but
of the
this
event.
all goes
Right.
back to the relationship with the U.S. So I'm curious, do you have any kind of clue as to why?
Good
now?
example
Why
being
today
that
for these
Democrats will be like, Donald
Well, why
Trump,
now would be-
ICE,
why not
the
according
National
to Prime
Guard,
Minister
bad.
Netanyahu, because
Cops brutalizing
President Trump made it
protesters, give
clear
them more
that
money.
He wants peace, not war. He wanted to get to the 6th round on Sunday. He wanted a wait and see. This is the conversations that he's been saying, having and saying out loud. This is what Steve Witkoff has put out in a proposal, something that the Ayatollah said, no go on no nuclear uranium enrichment for Iran, but something that was going to be discussed. Hard conversations was what President Trump said would be had in Oman, in Muscat, Oman on Sunday. Now, whether those talks will actually take place,
this is how things are going. Okay, this is how things always go.
Usually, when Israel does
Israel
launch something
attacks,
unilaterally,
Israel
it does
attacks.
have a coalition of protection.
Then there
through
is
different
a
European
counterattack.
and American forces,
And then Israel
in
goes,
places like Jordan. that
we're
are
the
all,
victims here.
Covert,
And the U.S.
and under
political
levels of
class
intelligence we
and the
wouldn't know
media
about, but that
go,
also,
Israel's got it.
sure
They
to
have the right
shoot
to
some of those
self-defense.
Iranian ballistic missiles that have been
And then
launched in the past out of the sky before hitting
and
Israel.
And then Israel
I am
does
hearing from people in
does what
Tehran
Israel
right now
does.
that they want me to call them on WhatsApp,
But with
not
the cover
text,
of
because things are
self-defense.
ongoing. In fact, one
Gotta give
person
them more
said that
weapons.
It's best not to text, not even to text on in any different way. But there are explosions and fires in apartments in northern Tehran. There is video of that. Central Tehran, northwest Tehran. So we are seeing the city. Tehran, it looks like it's hit. There's sounds of explosions and there's video on that. It's still dark now, but it will soon be light. In just a couple of hours, that damage will be can be surveyed then. I do not know, and I'm not hearing right now from either the Israeli side or the Iranian side if any of the nuclear facility plants have been hit. We
No,
did have
because
an
they're going
expert
for
on with
residential
CBS News
areas.
saying that the U.S. has those bunker bombs, but Israel doesn't have bombs that go deep enough to hit the really sensitive equipment. But we do know that in northern Tehran, traditionally, it's a wealthier part of the city. It's also a part of the city home to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and some of the regime. I cannot tell you if that's hitting those areas or if they were targeting certain individuals. I can tell you that is an area that is being hit, apparently, according to a good source that I have, with videos, people talking to Iranians at home. I will be getting more information from sources that are talking to their families on the ground now as they are waking up in darkness, hearing these explosions and trying to figure out what's going on. But of course, it's a very sensitive thing for anyone to talk about.
9 million
And I can't just do
person
it by
population
text.
striking a
You know,
90 million
here
person
and talk to
population.
them, and I will be letting you know that.
Yeah,
That's
but
really
that's what
what's most
gives
important, what's
them the
happening to
David
civilians,
versus
what's happening to
Goliath
ordinary Iranians, and really why Netanyahu,
mentality
why now,
that they
back to
have
your original
maintained
question,
for
he
almost
was on the
100
ropes yesterday at
years.
Knesset. They almost dissolved the government, and he
Where they go,
survived,
we're
but
the
here's
little
what
guys
he,
fighting the big
put in
guys.
that Gaza Humanitarian Foundation with Israeli forces trying to establish some sort of aid in Gaza. It's come under intense criticism internationally by aid organizations, dozens of them saying this is not the way to help Gazans avert starvation. He has things on his plate that he would like to divert from, clearly. But
Are
also,
China
he's
and
made that
Iran
this is
allies?
his issue. You know, beginning of
Not
my
in
career,
the
which I said
regard
earlier,
that like
is
the
lengthy.
U.S.
Prime Minister Netanyahu
and
has
Israel
gone
are,
unilateral
but they
past. We have
signed
seen that
a
early on
cooperation
in his
agreement.
career. He's seized
So they have a
Iran
cooperation
as a
agreement to like
nuclear existential
strengthen
crisis.
relations
He created
between the
that
two
red line with
nations.
the UN in 2011, made it very clear. He took out their proxies, Hezbollah and Hamas. He is still going after the Houthis in Yemen, another proxy. So why wouldn't he go to the source is the question. Well, we thought maybe the US President Trump could tell him to pump the brakes, essentially. And when President Trump announced that he was having a holding talks with Iran in Oman, now that it would be on its 6th round this Sunday, but when he announced the talks would start, he was sitting next to Prime Minister Netanyahu in the Oval Office It seemed like it
Okay,
came as
so
a surprise to
just
President
some context for people who don't
President Trump
know.
has been clear from his second re-election process, all
So
those rallies, he wants
Israel has
peace, he wants a
claimed
peace deal.
that their
He
goal
wants a
here is
ceasefire.
because they
He
have
wants it. He wants
to
Hamas to agree to-
they
he
have
wants
to
Israel
quell
He
the
wants
Iranian
deal with
nuclear
Iranians. He
regime.
wants Israel
Like
to play
they
along.
that
So
that
we're gonna have to see how
Iran
he
cannot be
reacts to this,
trusted
because still Netanyahu is a
with
friend,
their
not a
nuclear
foe,
program
and one of the
and
US's strongest, if
so
not
Israel's had no choice but to attack their attack their nuclear facilities. Now, Iran has
Tehran, the question mark is it hitting
such advanced fortified has such an advanced and fortified nuclear program that it is very, very unlikely that the weaponry Israel possesses would do anything to destroy it. So the real likely goal here is that Israel wants to, as Netanyahu and others have said so explicitly, draw the region into a broader war and have the United States enter this war against Iran. They want to wipe out Iran's power in the region.
Can you go into why that is and what their capabilities really are?
Well, the Iranians launched ballistic missiles twice, went back and forth with Israel since the Hamas-led massacre, the Hamas massacre, and on that fateful, horrible day of October 7th. We have seen that U.S. forces covertly, along with European forces and others supporting
They've been attacking the generals and scientists in their homes so far. It's mostly an assassination campaign. They've apparently killed most of Iran's version of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Sky with defensive missile battery packs.
Yeah, because they know, because they're not actually striking the nuclear facilities, because they know that they can't be effective that way.
And we know they have the range. That was the first time we really saw them tip their hand to show they had the range to get to Israel, and also for Israel to show it had an alliance to shoot them out of the sky. Whether that's in place now, whether Netanyahu is confident that Israel can be protected immediately and in the coming days is what we're going to have to wait and see. But clearly he was confident enough to do this, or desperate enough politically. That's the big question. There are a lot of question marks about why now, why not wait till the sixth round, why not wait through the weekend. Clearly this was something that President Trump has said, in the 11th hour, if their bombs are going.
Well, the other thing too is
experts say President Trump would want to.
The other thing too is that drawing the region into war and driving the attention to Iran takes the attention off what they're doing in Gaza. I mean, they've cut the electricity. Gaza is experiencing a blackout.
Their nuclear power ambitions. They have
Israel's goal there is obviously to
enrichment. They up that in days and weeks
is to take over the entirety of Gaza.
Warheads, we know that. I've talked to many sources about this. It's not an abstract idea. Maybe Netanyahu believed that this was the last moment, but why now? Why not Monday?
Courtney Keeley, our Middle East reporter for CBS
You know,
News.
it's funny because for a nation that's always saying that we have to exist as we do in order to keep Jews around the world safe, they are constantly doing things that do not make their citizens safe, that do not make Jewish people safe.
Hear about the actual targets. It's just the sun's about ready to come up in just a couple of hours in Iran right there. But we're hearing that explosions did ring out across Iran's capital, Tehran.
People have, Israeli citizens have been fleeing Israel.
On the blast, and Israel's defense minister announced what he called a special situation in Israel over its attack on Iran. He said schools would also be closed in the country tomorrow. We're going to stay on top of this breaking news story right here on CBS News 24/7 and CBS News Prime Time.
Yeah, I mean, y'all, it's looking pretty scary for it's looking pretty scary for the people of Palestine. I mean, you know, not just those who are currently in areas being struck by Israel in Iran, but Palestinians know that Israel is trying to speed this up, that they are trying to hasten the end of life in Gaza and also take over the lands, the remaining lands in the West Bank. I've read from Palestinian sources that they're now imposing a full blockade on the West Bank too. We're in the final stage of genocide. Yeah, I mean,
this is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in New York. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Israel has just launched airstrikes into Iran. The Israeli defense minister is
because Israel knows that they have been losing support
preemptive strikes
steadily.
The strikes come ahead of a sixth round
the
of
U.S.
talks
government
on
is
Sunday
still
between
supporting
the US
them,
and Iran.
but
yesterday, Iran threatened to target U.S. military bases in the region if conflict
the United
broke
States
out,
public
prompting the State Department
support
to order
for Israel is at an all-time low. Like, they
Iraq
know that
due
this
to
is not
heightened
popular.
regional
It's
tensions.
not going over well.
Pentagon has also authorized military family members to voluntarily leave locations throughout the Middle East. Let's bring in now Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent for CBS, Margaret Brennan. Margaret, let's just start with the basic question. Why is Israel moving at this moment to do this?
We don't know why Israel chose this moment in time, but we know the Israeli prime minister has been pressing to take military action and wanting the United States to support it, either directly or at least not get in the way. What we know is that this week, the IAEA, which is the UN nuclear watchdog, voted.
Israel says that they struck Iran's nuclear program and other military targets, and we have now confirmed from an Israeli security source into CNN that top military leaders and nuclear scientists were targeted in these opening strikes. But what we are hearing out of Israel tonight is this is not the end of this. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu himself, while defending this strike that Israel took, says this operation will continue for, quote, many days. I want to bring in Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, who sits on the Foreign Relations Committee and is joining me tonight. Thank you, Senator, for being here. Can I just first get your reaction to what we are seeing play out?
The rumors that the U.S. government kept scheduling new rounds of negotiations with Iran to lull them into a false sense of security to give Israel a window to strike. Yeah, this is something that Z Squirrel has been talking about a lot. Breaking, the Israelis are now openly admitting that all the Trump negotiations to get a deal with Iran, Trump's turn on Netanyahu, Trump told Israel to not attack Iran, was deliberate false propaganda to lull Iran into a false sense of security, exactly as I said it was. This is a U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. You're also going to have a lot of MAGA defending Trump, being like, Netanyahu, pulled a fast one because Donald Trump is our peaceful dove. He said no wars would start when he was in office. Israeli source, the attack on Iran was preceded by a deception operation that included media and diplomatic components, both internal and external, involving various actors. This is the Times of Israel report. U.S. helped lull Iran into belief that no attack was imminent. President Donald Trump said Thursday that an Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear sites could very well happen, but advised against it, saying the possibility of a deal was fairly close if Tehran compromises on its atomic ambitions in ongoing talks with the U.S. Anyone still repeating the deliberate false propaganda that Netanyahu defied Trump, that Trump wants peace, but Israel's dragging him to war, is a propagandist liar who's laundering and prolonging the war by pacifying the MAGA base from criticizing Trump. Tucker Carlson and all the other MAGA media class hacks will use this lie that Netanyahu defied Trump to keep supporting him as he has launched this war in Iran, when the only way to stop it is by calling him out on it and withdraw support from him.
That we're getting. Donald Trump ran as a peace candidate. He was going to end the Biden administration's disastrous war in Ukraine, and he was going to bring peace to the Middle East. And for the past 7 months, he's been trying to do just that. We're getting a lot closer, but we're not quite there. Why?
No, what he's trying to do is figure out how he can build a fucking hotel in the ruins of Gaza.
Well, says Professor Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia, who has been watching carefully and speaking to many people involved, because the intel agencies aren't on board at all. Donald Trump ran...
What is that mute? What was that?
Intel agencies aren't on board at all.
Excuse me?
The intel agencies aren't on board at all.
The Leonard Splash? What the hell? I assume this was his show intro. That just seems so bizarre. Can't say I've been watching Tucker Carlson's show much.
Out in Iran tonight.
This is absolutely what we've been expecting.
Channel 12 outright reported it, while Rubio said, "We didn't know anything, Iran. We swear it's hilarious how much Israel's lack of shame constantly undermines U.S. talking points." Yeah, and it just either way makes the United States look weak. It's like, oh, you can't, even if it's to be believed that Netanyahu defied Trump, just as Netanyahu defied Biden, and not that there was never any defying in the first place, it makes the United States look weak. It's like, oh, you can't rein in Israel, even though you're the U.S., you're a much greater power. We are the reason that Israel has its military capabilities, that they are supported in their regional attacks, and everything that they're doing in Gaza and in the West Bank. This is all with the US's approval. So now you're saying that actually Israel, that Netanyahu is the one calling the shots here, is in power?
For several days.
You can't control your attack dog.
There, we were moving all of our personnel from Iraq. We were keeping forces stationed in the area. The president was making kind of vague statements about the possibility. So this is what we were expecting. Caitlin, what really strikes me here is this is a tragedy that never had to be. I just think it's worth reminding folks that we would still be under very severe restrictions on Iran's nuclear program had we stayed in the JCPOA agreement. They had to put 97% of their nuclear materials outside the country. They proceeded, a cap on enrichment was a little over 3% as compared to 90% necessary for a nuclear weapon. Massive monitoring of every facility that they had. They had 3 paths to a nuclear weapon. And one was a uranium path, and that's what I've been describing. The second was a plutonium path, and they dismantled their plutonium reactor. And the third was a covert path. And the covert path is why all that monitoring would have occurred. All of these measures would still have been in place for another 5 years had we not taken ourselves out of the JCPOA and dismantled that framework.
And of course, talks were happening right now for the Trump administration trying to strike a new agreement with Iran. We'll see what this means for those. But as far as what's happening tonight, does this mean this is now a regional war, in your view, between Israel and Iran?
Well, Israel is by far the superior power. They're seizing this moment because they're at a peak of that power. Syria is in chaos. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been thoroughly deflated. And so in this moment, they are at the maximum ability to focus on a conflict with Iran. We anticipate, of course, there will be a reaction from Iran, but the U.S. undoubtedly...
No, they are there. They are there if we are alongside them. Like, this is what's so frustrating is how many times do we have to say that the United States, the second we say no, the second that we go, we're turning off the faucet, then Israel cannot do what they're doing. They do these things because they have the backing of the U.S. empire. So to be like, They're the most powerful group in the region here. You know, things wouldn't be going this way if we hadn't pulled out of the agreement. Right, like taking away the toys. Israel cannot defend itself in the hornet's nest that just kicked without us. Right, but it's like both liberal and conservative media refuse to be, be honest or acknowledge the United States being the key player here.
Will help Iran really blunt the effectiveness of any Iranian retaliation.
We love to brag about how powerful we are. We're we're number one. We're the greatest nation. We have the most powerful military. We do. And then go, what are we supposed to do? Netanyahu's gone rogue. He's defying Trump. He's defying Biden. Look, we've called and had some stern words, and we've told them you gotta have red lines. All right, there's gotta be red lines. And man, I can't believe that they did what they did, and we can't do anything about it. It takes one fucking phone call.
Israel, you mean?
We'll help Israel. Yes.
Can I ask you on that? Because as Barack Ravid was just noting in the statement that we got from Secretary Rubio tonight, they don't say that they support Israel in the action that it's taking tonight. They say Israel advised them that they believed it was necessary for Israel's self-defense. They said that they've taken steps to protect U.S. forces. Does that stand out to you, sir?
Yeah, that's why Israel striking gets called preemptive, and Iran striking gets called aggressive. Gets called it's not preemptive unless it's Israel who is striking. Yeah, Iran escalating. Unprovoked, Iran strikes Israel unprovoked. They escalate tensions in the region.
That is not something that is included in that statement coming out of the White House tonight?
Absolutely. That part is missing. And while I could be wrong, it's very hard for me to imagine us not partnering to help defend Israel against a retaliatory strike.
So there's no doubt in your view that the U.S. will help Israel if and when Iran responds to this strike tonight.
That's certainly what I would anticipate. There's such close coordination with our intelligence, such close coordination with our military forces. We have forces in the region that can help, as we did before when Iranian drones and rockets, ballistic missiles.
Bro, I sometimes cannot get over the way that Donald Trump speaks. We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. They could be a great country, but they first must completely give up hopes of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Thank you to this matter. Why does he send out these messages that involve insanely serious global matters? And it sounds like an email that you get from HR. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please remember. Or that like a reminder that you need to clock in. Hey, don't forget to clock in when you come to work. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter. He's an idiot.
Came on Israel. So that's what I would expect.
I hate him.
You talked about this being an unnecessary move, essentially saying if the United States had not pulled out of the JCPOA, this situation would not be playing out. But of course, the United States did pull out. This is happening right now. Do you personally support the strikes that we're seeing from Israel tonight?
No, I do not support them. Israel fiercely opposed working out in a peaceful fashion the deflation and diminishment of Iran's program. They constantly strive to say they wanted the military action. It will be interesting to see what American weapons were used in this strike. It's already been conveyed that our planes were not used, but I imagine some of the bombs were ours. I don't know if any of
I imagine some of the bombs were ours. Buddy, come on. You're working too hard to try to provide cover for the U.S. It must be exhausting. Come on, just say it. We all know. You don't have to pretend.
Bunker busting bombs were used, which are much larger and take a larger plane to carry. But it's hard to imagine a situation, given our close coordination and intelligence with Israel, that we didn't have a pretty thorough sense. And just as you heard from your expert, it appears that the United States was alerting our allies in the region about the coming strikes. So we certainly had a fair amount of information.
Yeah, including moving that non-essential personnel out of the way. Senator Jeff Merkley, thank you for joining us on this breaking news tonight. Also here tonight is CNN national security analyst and the former deputy director of national intelligence, Beth Sanner. And it's great to have you here, Beth.
Bro, okay. See this statement here? Big Senator Reid, big Senator Reid. Big Senator Reid, top Armed Services Committee Democrat, accuses Israel of a reckless escalation. Worth considering how he and others, rather than just a handful of Dems, could have used pushback like this in the Biden era to stop us from getting to this place. Why is it that they can manage to say these things when Trump is the one who's in office? Yes, people impersonate me all the time on Discord. Just report it. It's never me, but thanks. Israel's alarming decision to launch airstrikes on Iran is a reckless escalation that risks igniting regional violence. These strikes threaten not only the lives of innocent civilians, but the stability of the entire Middle East and the safety of American citizens and forces. While tensions between Israel and Iran are real and complex, military aggression of this scale is never the answer. Great. You put the onus on Israel. You acknowledge that the one who started this, you didn't call it preemptive. You said it was reckless escalation that risks igniting regional violence. Why could you not have done this before, when Israel did the same thing when Biden was in office? Hi, Caroline. My mom's making me stress that we're going to get bombed in the U.S. Can you ease my worries a little? We're not going to get bombed in the U.S. We will not get bombed in the U.S. Do not worry. Honestly, if we get bombed in the U.S., it's our fucking government doing it, okay? But as far as what you think, like Iran is going to bomb us, no, that's not going to happen. If we get bombed, it's because our own government is bombing us. If you are in Palestine, if you are in Iran, if you are in Israel, yes, you have, obviously Palestine. It's like, yeah, you have cause to worry that this is the end. But then in Israel and Iran, you have cause to worry that this is going to escalate into a war that is, of course, going to affect civilians. So that's why Israel doesn't keep people safe. Their aggressiveness does not keep their people safe. Okay, anyway, I urge both nations to show immediate restraint, and I call on President Trump and our international partners to press. Can you imagine how the media and how Israel and how our government would act if Iran were to have struck Israel first? Like, can you fucking imagine? Oh my God. Oh my God. There would be none of this. We need to show restraint. I mean, they already love the narrative that Israel is self-defending, that they are protecting themselves from these aggressive regional actors that are just out of control. You know, Iran is going to nuclear bomb Israel if we don't stop them. Yeah, but Israel attacks and is still treated as the victim. So I urge both nations to show immediate restraint, and I call on President Trump and our international partners to press for diplomatic de-escalation before this crisis spirals further out of control. President Trump must be crystal clear with the American people and the international community in charting a way forward. This world cannot afford more devastating conflict born of short-sighted violence. You know, I think, like, most people don't understand domestic politics, let alone global politics, right? What's happening in the world of foreign affairs. But I think it's not hard at this point to understand what do all of these things have in common? What they have in common is that Israel, backed up by the U.S., is out of control. Like, they will push and push and push and act with total fucking impunity and pretend that they are the ones who are the victims here, as long as they have the backing of the U.S. How dare you hurt that guy's fist when he punched you? Hey, that guy didn't punch you. You ran into his fist. Off topic, but another Boeing plane has crashed in India yesterday, killing over 250 people. Jesus Christ. It's the same Dreamliner plane that the whistleblower warned about. Oh, God. Oh, God.
I want to ask you about this reporting that CNN has now confirmed that we do know senior military leaders in Iran and nuclear scientists were targeted in these strikes. We don't know yet how successful that was and how many were eliminated. Barak Ravid says that he is told that some of them were. If that is the case here, what does that tell you about how Iran may respond to this tonight?
Well, Caitlin, I think that there's one way of putting where we are right now. I mean, Israel is at war with Iran. This isn't a strike. This isn't a strike.
Yeah, I like also, too, that they use the word preemptive, that they keep saying, like, this is a preemptive strike. Preemptive meaning that you do something in advance so that you stop something from happening. That's not what this is. This is not in an effort to forestall something. This is not preemptive. This, like, at what point, and I'm glad she said it, but at what point then does the rest of the media say Israel is at war with Iran? Israel has instigated war with Iran.
Strike and a retaliation and a tit for tat.
Look, we're just preemptively killing everybody.
And so when Israel says it's going to keep going,
you de-escalate by escalating. That's something that the cops here in the U.S. love to do. This idea of, I am going to de-escalate by escalating it up the fuck to 100.
This is where we are. And they started at the top. And they started very, very seriously, removing the chief of the general staff. In other words, like our chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, attacking basically what would be our, senior military command. You can imagine what Americans would do. The question is whether Israel's ability to respond has been affected by Israel trying to decapitate their senior military leadership. But we should expect, and that's what Israel is expecting, a massive much bigger retaliation than what they saw last time, because Iran now is under existential threat, and we should.
Yeah. Also, this is what the U.S. does. Okay, the reason that the reason that Israel has always been our attack dog is that we have them attack in this region, and we go, we didn't know, we're not involved, we got nothing to do with this. And then Israel will be like, oh, yeah, actually, the United States is coordinating with us. No, they're definitely involved. And the U.S. is like, I don't know what they're talking about. We had no idea. And then Israel was like, no, they definitely knew. Here's the evidence. Like, no, the U.S. is involved with us. You're calling... They don't get to have nukes, bruh. Do you think that the state committing genocide, do you think it's cool that they have nukes? Do you think that's good?
Expect a response along those lines.
Well, and to hear you put it so bluntly, saying that that Israel is at war with Iran here, in your view of?
It's better, yes. Okay, so by your logic, the state that's committing genocide and that is escalating in the region, that is attacking first, that it's okay or it's better for them to have nukes than for Iran. Because you think that Iran is going to nuke the U.S. So we need Israel to take out Iran so then Iran won't use their nukes. You think that to stop Iran from using their nuclear power, the best thing is to attack them via Israel. And again, the country that we're not worried about is the one that's committing genocide in this Middle East equation here. Hey, Caroline, I've seen some of your tweets recently, and you and Cookin, keep it up. Love your perspective. Hey, thanks, Crescent Moon and Star. Why don't you say the same thing about the U.S. or Israel? Because the U.S. and Israel are inherently good. That's the difference, is that the U.S. and Israel are the moral defenders in this world. They certainly do not use and abuse their power.
Of what this means tonight. We're learning more about just beyond the airstrikes that we saw play out that were hitting Iran. Barak Ravid is also reporting.
So by that logic, you can nuke whoever you want, because even if they don't attack, there's a chance that they attack. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. How about Jacob? Thank you for the 31 months. You know what? In order for this stream to not get nuked, don't forget to use your Prime subs. Gifted subs are 35% off. Keep this stream from getting nuked. Okay? We're all living in fear of being nuked. So in order to stop it, we got to use them primes against the nukes. What if French Polynesia wants to acquire nukes? Well, then I'll be handling them. Brightside News, thank you for the 14 months. Peyton, thank you for the 5 months. Iran is not going to nuke us, and you are buying into the propaganda. You are buying into the propaganda that is telling you that Israel had to attack Iran because they are trying to set back their nuclear efforts, and not that they want to draw the U.S. into a broader regional war, because they view Iran as their biggest political and military threat in the region, in this, in their quest for power. And so they want to go to war against them, and will do it under the guise of, we had to preemptively strike because the Iran is going to nuke us. They're going to nuke the U.S.
Tonight that the Mossad led a series of covert sabotage operations deep inside Iran, which he reports were aimed at.
You get a nuke and you get a nuke. Everybody gets a nuke. How about that? You know what? Let's all get nukes. Let's all do the Spider-Man meme where we just all have our nukes. Tay Zero Omega, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Olivia, thank you for the 22 months. Dread Flama, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Brightside News, thank you for the 14 months. Peyton, thank you for the 5 months. People telling on themselves, either they bought the WMD bullshit with Iraq if they were around then, or they would have, but they're too young to have been aware. Yes, it's the same state propaganda BS. Okay, they have to convince you that we are facing serious threat of nuclear war, that we're going to be taken out by weapons of mass destruction. So we have to go over there and stop that before it happens. You know, a reminder that there is only one nation that's ever nuked another nation. And I'm going to give you one guess. This is very easy. Okay? There's one question on this test. What is the only nation that has ever utilized nuclear bombs? The United States of America. And it was not to end the war, because Japan was already surrendering. It was to show off the might and power of the U.S. It was to say, this is what we can do. This is what we will do. The Vatican. A Spectacor, thank you for the prime. I need you guys to look past the state propaganda that is neither new nor is it true. If you were too young, as many of us were, in the wake of 9/11, after 9/11, when the Bush administration said that we have to go over to Iraq because there are weapons of mass destruction. They got weapons of mass destruction and they're going to use them to take us out. And then we know that they lied about it. So don't fall for it again, is what I'm saying, okay? If you are still suckered by State Department propaganda, whether it's telling you that, oh my God, Donald Trump had no idea that Israel was going to do this, okay? Netanyahu, he's rogue. He defied Donald Trump. He's a peaceful dove. Whether it's that or the belief that Israel has to do the things that they're doing because they are the moral actor in the region and they are working to keep not just themselves safe, but also us as their greatest ally. When is the stream getting nukes? Baby, I already got them. Farley, bring in the nukes. Farley, nukes. You have to read this chatter. Let me see. What? I don't follow anyone, dude. I don't support Israel either in this, but I'm open to hearing all viewpoints. Okay. I want to hear all viewpoints because that's what logical humans do. Don't ever listen to just one side of the argument. Okay. Sure, I would love to know Hitler's side of things as well. Okay. Not saying I agree with what he did, but it would be interesting to know his perspective. No, man, we know his perspective. We know why. We know why Hitler. What are we talking about? This isn't like some Dear Diary shit. Like that he had some secret ideology. Like he was straight up, bro. Mein Kampf? Bro, there's a book. It's called Knowing All Sides of the Story. Not something you would understand, I guess. Bro, there's a difference between studying history, studying fascist eras like Nazi Germany, okay, to understand these things. There's a difference between that and then being like, bro, I would hear Hitler out. I'd love to know what his side was. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing, bro. Yeah, I'm not agreeing with what he did. I'm just saying it would be good to know. But bro, we do know. Listen, the way that you're framing this, though, it sounds like... Okay, it sounds as if you're going, I think we should hear Hitler out because we need to hear all sides of the story before we make a decision on something. Based on your previous comments, that's what logical humans do, is hear all viewpoints. And what we're saying, though, is that, like, that's not some secret thing. And it's not something that was discovered decades after. Hitler laid out his plans and his reasons. And so I would just be very, very careful. I would be very careful in how you in how you frame things when referring to hearing out somebody like Adolf Hitler. Okay. We've heard, we understand it's not good. Right. Like, it's giving both sides, okay? People who come in here and they're like, yo, I'm just a centrist. I'm both sides. I'm just asking questions. That kind of guy, you know? You don't want to be that kind of guy when it comes to Hitler. And as I said, that is very different from studying history, from studying fascist movements to see how fascist ideology thrives, what it is that fascists, the fascist playbook, the economic conditions that exist that make people vulnerable to a fascist regime, those things. Like, we have chatters in here. We have chatters in here who've studied the Holocaust, who have studied Nazi Germany from an academic perspective. But I just caution ever bringing any both sides type energy when it comes to Hitler. So, yeah, sad history grad. There's an example. As a person who's read that book and studied the Third Reich, there's no both sides to this. Right. So I'm going to give chatter. Again, I never said I was supporting him. I know. It would be interesting to see how his mind works, just like people watch serial killer documentaries. Okay. And now it kind of, this is a strange comparison though, because we're talking about the current situation with Iran escalating its attack, with Israel escalating its attacks on Iran at this current moment. And you're going, I want to hear Israel's side of things, I think, and then using the comparison to Hitler. We're just going to move on. Okay. I think I've explained. Yeah. This, yeah. And additionally, let me just say, to hear how their mind works when it comes to the genocidal apartheid state of Israel, it's not a secret, okay? There is no secret interesting psychology here. These are the actions of a fascist settler colonialist state that is seeking ultimate power and are utilizing their great alliance with the most powerful nation to accomplish that. Let's do genocide. Let's not do genocide. Guys, you're going to have to compromise. Let's just do some genocide. I guess I can live with that for now. No, see, this is why no one likes the left. You guys are the real extremists. What was that fucking chart that was making the rounds today where it was like, see the diversity of thought on the right versus the diversity of thought on the left? It's like, yeah, because the diversity of thought on the right is like, let's be a lot of Hitler. Let's be a little bit of Hitler. Whoa. Whoa. Putin, if I was your mom, you know what? Netanyahu, if I was your mother, if I was your mother. chat is full of anti-Semites. What? Bro! Jews are doing what Jews do? I'm sorry, are you saying that? Because my chat was just trying to explain to the other chatter why we ain't both sides in Hitler. Bro, what is happening? Are you confused? No, you're the one who's saying Jews are doing what Jews do. That's you. That's you. You cannot say that someone is being anti-Semitic when you are making up what people are saying. Like, you could do that about anything. I'd be like, wow, you just said this thing that you didn't say. You're such a racist for saying the thing that I made up. I didn't say that's what you said. I know, but you're saying that about you're saying that about my chat. And I'm looking to see I'm looking to see what I was making a joke. Okay. All right. You know what? Yeah, it's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke. Oh, God. I'm gonna lose my mind. Lionheart, thank you for the 18 months. Red Viper, thank you for the 6 months. Lexifer, thank you for the 26 months. Spectacor, thank you for the Prime. Okay. Yeah, no, doing the conflation, Israel, yeah, I know. And then when called out and realizing that that actually doesn't work at all, being like, just a joke, bruh. Can't do jokes. Can't do jokes here.
Damaging the strategic missile sites and its air defense capabilities. When you look at this and what options Israel had here on a scale of 1 to 10, how high would you say that is?
That's pretty high in terms of what they're trying to do now is soften up like they did last time, remove any of the remaining air defenses that they can in order to have.
You know, the thing too is like, it's such a thing of narcissism and ego and positioning ourselves as the world police, as the ones who in this world get to have the nukes, get to have all the power. To be like, well, Iran has to totally dismantle their nuclear program, but not us, the only nation that's ever used nukes. Is it any wonder that people look at the US and go and like hate the United States? The way that the US operates in this world of going, nope, only for us. We're the police here. We're the ones. We are the only country that has actually nuked another country, and we're out here being like, no, you have to totally you can't have any nukes. No nukes for you, no nukes for you, but nukes for us. And we've used those nukes, and we might use them again.
Free reign in the air over Iran, limit the risk that their jets, their fighter jets would have in delivering ordnance. But we should also remember that
as the world police, we have qualified immunity to all our war crimes. Same thing where it's like, oh, sorry, we can't be held responsible in like, you know, at the ICJ. Oops, nope. When we commit war crimes, it's fine. But when other people do, you got to be held accountable. Sorry, war crimes for me, but not for thee. And let me be clear, no war crimes. No war crimes. But it's the United States that has positioned itself as the ultimate global hegemonic superpower, police of the world, greatest democracy, whatever, that it's always this hypocrisy. It's always this hypocrisy. War crimes for us, for me, not for thee. Nukes for me, not for thee. Invasions into other nations for me, not for thee. Why do you think the U.S. is not a part of the Genocide Convention? So we never are held accountable.
They can't go to 10 or 11 like we would, but they don't have the GBU 43B. It's called the mother of all bombs. And they don't have it because they don't have bombers that can deliver it. They only have jets. And that limits the fighter jets, and that limits the amount of ordnance. And so they are forced to do multiple strikes where you're hitting over and over again the same thing so you can penetrate. But there's no way that they can independently wipe out Iran's nuclear facilities,
and they know that,
deep inside Fordo.
They know that, and that's why the goal here is not to actually destroy the program, because they can't.
Deep inside this mountain with what they have.
For people who don't know just fully what your job previously as deputy DNI entailed, I mean, you would go in and brief the president.
The only thing that can happen in bombing Iranian nuclear sites is to provoke Iran into retaliating, which then escalates into a full-blown war and then brings in the United States. And so that seems to be, look, I'm no geopolitical expert, okay? I don't always cover geopolitics is not the thing that I typically do on this stream, but I don't think that this is that hard to understand. I think if you have at all paid attention, understand how Israel operates with the impunity given to them from the U.S., it's not hard. And so anyone who goes on the media, okay, politicians, etc., who don't say that, they're lying. They're lying. Or they're being, I don't know, they're fucking stupid.
At times for matters
I'm
like
a
this
pop culture
If you were in that
warrior.
situation now, I mean, what would that look like right now? What would you be preparing?
Well, right now, everybody would be doing situation reports. This is not the time for strategic.
But I say those things too, not to be like, oh, I'm just a girl who doesn't know anything, but to remind you that don't fall for people being like, this is too complicated for you to understand. Let the adults handle this, because they want you to just believe the bullshit. All right? They want you, they are banking on people genuinely not really having an awareness or caring too much about what the US does overseas, what's going on. And especially as we are dealing with a lot of domestic issues, we have protests happening right now over ICE. And so they bank on historically Americans not being very involved or having a great understanding of global politics. But it's the same thing with like, oh, I see that Israel is massacring children and this very vulnerable population and starving them, and oh no, it's too complicated to understand. Don't even bother, anti-Semite. Like they want to control the narrative, and that begins with making this out to be very complex, too complicated for your little brain to understand. And it's not to say that these are not, like, the relations in the region are not complex, that there's a whole history there, blah, blah, blah. But there's things about this that 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 you understand, that you can see for yourself. Oh my God. Okay, that chatter is gone. Jesus Christ. Some people wake up every day and go, I am going to be the most annoying piece of shit that I can possibly be, because I was put here on this earth to be a turd. I am a turd in a toilet bowl. That is my purpose. That is why I was given this beautiful gift of life. This precious gift that's so fleeting. And my purpose is to be a piece of shit.
Strategic analysis in one way, you put that aside, and then some big picture things would be done. But right now, you're trying to figure out what's the threat to U.S. forces, and what are our allies in the region going to do in response to this as well. You'll remember, or think our listeners will as well, in April and in October, a number of the Arab states were absolutely crucial in providing the intelligence picture, as well as doing some of the intercepts that were of the drones and missiles that were headed into Israel. And so
also, Iran has never built a nuclear weapon, but they said that they would, in the event that they are attacked, be pushed towards the development of a bomb. So tell me, how does this de-escalate? How is this preemptive? How is this to stop this thing, this hypothetical thing from happening, which has said the nation has said that they will do if they are attacked?
So understanding where everybody is in the region, what people are going to do, and then trying to do the bomb damage assessment as well on what has been wiped out in Iran, and how does that affect their ability to fight back.
They're on the brink. They're on the brink. Ugly Rat TV, thank you for the Prime. They've been on the brink for making a bomb for as long as I've been alive. For as long as I have been alive. Beep. For as long as I've been alive, Iran has been so close to making that bomb. Yeah. And you know what's going to really motivate them to make a bomb? That might actually get them to the point where they are days away, is feeling that they are backed into a corner and have no other choice. Tim Pool's Hairline, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Hi, all this intervention only makes the development of nuclear weapons a logical decision for many countries. Yes, because think about it for a sec, okay? Remove the American imperialist brain, the patriotic, everything we do is the best, right, moral thing to do. And just go, okay, so if you're a nation that has nuclear capabilities, and these 2 other nations that view you as a threat are like, you can't do that, and are saying to, are saying that you are already doing this thing, and so therefore they have to stop you from doing this thing that you haven't done, and then attack you under the guise of that you're going to do this thing that you still have not done. Why would you then not do it? Why would the motivation then not finally be there to go, you know what? Yeah, now we're doing it. Now we're doing it. Andre, thank you for the Prime.
Hassanabi Doctrine, a guide for nation building. Rule 1, get nukes. Rule 2, do not give up the nukes. Rule 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. Hassanabi Doctrine, a guide for...
Yes, that's if they accuse you of having nukes, go, great, well, now I'm going to get nukes. I know it sounds so, simplified, right, and silly, but that's what's happening here. That's what's going on. It's a way to understand how absolutely utterly insane it is for the US and Israel to do this. And they're not the great moral defenders here. Now look, the US, okay, of all 3 parties involved here, US citizens, you have the least to worry about, all right? You got to worry about what's happening that your government is doing to you. But but Iranians and Israelis, it's definitely a worry. And again, that's why every time Israel says we have to exist because otherwise Jews around the world will not be safe. Well, we know that that is not true. And we see the dangers that an aggressor like Israel that maintains a system of apartheid to their neighbors next door does not make their citizens safe. But they paint it as, look at all these people around, look at all the nations around us, these Arab groups around us that are trying to kill us because they hate Jews. That's what they've said for a long time. And so they attack and attack and attack because they have this cover of, we're just the lone democracy out here coming up against all these vicious Arab nations. Jews are less safe in the world because of how Israel exists. You just fundamentally cannot...
Either everyone should have nukes or no one should, preferably the latter.
You know what? Everyone should have nukes or no one should. You get a nuke, we all get nukes. Or no one gets nukes. Cadenza, thank you for the 20 months. Got some weirdos on chat today. It's kind of every day. I would say every day it's weirdos in chat. But it just brings out the hyper hog weirdos whenever you are discussing things pertaining to the actions of the United States government. Yeah, but also, there's a lot of tensions right now. People are feeling, and they're feeling a lot of things, between the ICE raids and the breaking news regarding the escalations by Israel in the region. There's a lot of news going on, and I think it riles people up. It riles people up, and they just go from stream to stream and are like, America, hell yeah, suck my dick, commie bitch. It doesn't matter what we're talking about either. My favorite thing is when I'm talking about something that's not like related to politics. They'll be like, suck my dick, you stupid commie bitch, fuck. I'm like, man, I'm talking about hacks yet again. Okay.
Beep, beep. Propaganda. Many use the word when talking about countries like North Korea, Kazakhstan, Iran.
That's Amy Goodman.
Countries viewed as authoritarian through the lens of the Western media. Press freedom, freedom of thought. People use those terms when talking about countries like the United States, France, Australia.
I like the animation too.
In 1988,
wonder how many fucking times I've seen this on streams. Well, that's because there are chatters in here who are a part of multiple communities, which is great. We love. But they are the ones who will post the links. And I haven't seen this before.
Noam Chomsky co-authored a book with Edward Herman called Manufacturing Consent.
You know what, though? Actually, I like rewatching things. And I used to feel, oh my God, people aren't going to want to watch this if they've already watched it in 2 other chats, yada, yada. Well, look, we're all different individuals. So I will not necessarily have the exact same take on everything that everyone else has. But also because repetition is good for your memory. I'll listen to the same podcast episodes of my favorite podcasts repeatedly because you forget things, and it helps you to it helps you to retain that information, because that's the thing about information retaining is repetition and committing it to memory. These are like things you have to do, or else it just goes bloop bloop.
Blasted apart the notion that media acts as a check on political power, that media inform the public, serve the public, so that we can better engage in the political process. In fact, media manufacture our consent. They tell us what those in power need them to tell us so we can fall in line. Democracy is staged with the help of media that work as propaganda machines. Media operate through...
Do you guys think if I ever made a memoir, Amy Goodman would do the... She would do the audiobook?
5 filters.
We're here for you and your takes.
The first has to do with ownership. Mass media firms are big corporations. Often they're part of even bigger conglomerates. Their end game, profit. And so it's in their interests to push for whatever guarantees that profit. Critical journalism takes second place to the needs and interests of the corporation. The second filter exposes the real role of advertising. Media costs a lot more than consumers will ever pay. So who fills the gap? Advertisers. And what are the advertisers paying for? Audiences. And so it isn't so much that the media are selling you a product, their output. They're also selling advertisers a product, you. How does the establishment manage the media? That's the third filter. Journalism cannot be a check on power because the very system encourages complicity. Governments, corporations, big institutions know how to play the media game. They know how to influence the news narrative. They feed media scoops, official accounts, interviews with the experts. They make themselves crucial to the process of journalism. So those in power and those who report on them are in bed with each other. If you want to challenge power,
right. It's why if you're too antagonistic, if you're seen as a threat, you won't get any of the scoops, right? You won't get to have you won't get to be in the rooms. You won't get access. Access is so important. And if you don't play nice, you won't get access.
You'll be pushed to the margins. Your name won't be down. You won't be getting in. You've lost your access. You've lost the story. When the media...
How does Ken Clips and others get around this? Because Ken Clips and the others that you are probably referring to, maybe the Drop Site News guys, they are completely independent now. So Kenny has amassed a lot of contacts in his years of being a national security journalist, but he left The Intercept because he felt like he felt like The Intercept's integrity had been compromised and that it was not truly independent because they were beholden to their, to their money. And there was one story in particular he had been working on that ended up getting killed. And that was kind of the final straw for him. So it's why you've seen more and more journalists really, really go independent. I'm talking Substacks. I'm talking, making content on YouTube. Because they got to a place where there were just too many parameters and too many people that had to sign off on on the story that it was encumbering their ability to be, independently, unbiasedly reported.
Whistleblowers, sources stray away from the consensus, they get flagged. That's the fourth filter. When the story is inconvenient for the powers that be, you'll see the flak machine in action, discrediting sources, trashing stories, and diverting the conversation. To manufacture consent, you need an enemy, a target. That common enemy is the fifth filter. Communism, terrorists, immigrants, a common enemy. A boogeyman to fear helps corral public opinion. 5 filters, one big media theory. Consent is being manufactured all around you, all the time.
Yo, that video was sick. I do need to watch this again at some point because I was very swept up in the animation. It kind of was giving me the vibes of a little bit of mouthwashing, that game that I played recently. So yeah, one big asset in manufacturing consent, in creating an enemy, another, is using the language of dehumanization. So that's something that we see all the time with how the media reports on Palestinians, on how immigrants are talked about, right? You hear the same words over and over again: illegal, aliens, barbaric, uncivilized, dirty, just language that removes the humanity from individuals or groups. And that dehumanization is very crucial in creating consent for then violent policies that are enacted upon these groups. And it's an interesting psychological thing where there is still not a consensus and not one, there's not a consensus, and it's also not clear. It's not clear yet, and psychologists have been studying this for a long time, what that path exactly is from dehumanization to doing violence. And it's why, it's difficult to prosecute when someone like Donald Trump goes out there and just uses the most horrific language, and then acts of violence are done where you can draw the connection between that and then what he and others had said. But it's very difficult to hold it's difficult to hold those in power for their words having direct consequences in let's say, like, somebody does a mass shooting and they are in their manifesto using the same language, maybe even citing people like Ben Shapiro or Donald Trump as influences. TBH, we still struggle with this in genocide studies. You can't explain why you move from ideas to actual genocide, and this is why it's impossible to prove intent in international court. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You just said it more concisely. Okay. Well, man, time has been flying. Time's been flying tonight. Let me okay. We did that. Let's look at. Let's talk about Palantir, I think. Okay. You're only 3 hours in. I'm closer to 4 hours in, but I thought I was at like 2. Also, I did not really kick off the stream, I realized, but this is me now kicking off the stream. Welcome. It's like when the title of a movie comes 3/4 of the way through and you're like, oh, great. Like, here's the credits, the beginning credits. And I've been watching this movie for an hour and a half. But hi, everyone. Hello. How are we doing? Hope we're doing well. Wanted to just remind you of what we got coming up this week. So tomorrow I am hitting up another protest. I don't know if I'm filming it, but I am going to a protest in the Valley. So if anyone's a Valley girl, planning to go to the protest that I think is on, let's see. Hold on, which one is it? It's on Van Nuys and Laurel Canyon. I think that's the one that I'm going to. But anyway, I will see you there. No, the stream is not over. I'm just doing the, hey everyone, welcome in. Here's what's going on. We're just getting started. We have just started. No, Laurel Canyon. Okay, so I'm going to that Saturday. Saturday is TBD. It would be nice to do some fun stuff on Saturday because it's kind of been really heavy on... It's been heavy on the heavy news this week. Usually I like to strike more of a balance, but obviously there are things going on that have kind of made me feel like, this needs to take precedent. And then Sunday, I have Mormon baking, or Mormon cooking and dress up with Cutie. So that's happening on Sunday. And starting at 10. And then Creators for Peace, we are doing a fundraiser for transgender affirming care. So it's a fundraiser to benefit Point of Pride. There's a lot of great creators who are involved on this. And that is going to be happening from 12 to 8. But I will most likely be there around 4, I think. And we'll be there for at least a couple hours. And then maybe we'll stream again Sunday night. We'll see. Saturday is the No Kings. Oh, shit. That's right. I forgot about that. Even though I talked about that earlier. Okay. Well, yeah, I got to figure out what my schedule is going to look like on Saturday. Am I going to get the Magic Mormon underwear? What the fuck is the Magic Mormon underwear? Caroline, are you familiar with Maybe a Girl? Aha! I love that name. She's a drag queen and an elected rep in Silver Lake. She does a bunch of trans advocacies, running for state senate. She's awesome. Would love to see you guys link up. I don't, but she sounds rad. I love the name Maybe a Girl. Trump's birthday party is Saturday. Did I RSVP? Yeah, I'm bringing my tank. Bringing my tank to Trump's birthday party. That's how we got to show up. Yeah, I'm skipping movies because of Pride Month. There are no LGBTQ films, so sorry. She doesn't know about the magic underwear. Well, I'm sure I'll learn about it. I am sure I will learn all about the magic underwear. Okay, let's watch this More Perfect Union video on Palantir. This is a tech company that you need to know about. If you do not know the name Alex Karp, if you do not know the name Palantir, well, this is something that you need to know. And Palantir has essentially become the company that is providing its technology to the American military industrial complex. The government and military contractors are utilizing the technology of Palantir to, say, commit genocide in Gaza, to spy on immigrants and give that information to ICE. So right now, the targeting that ICE is doing, where they are locating where undocumented migrants are, they are being assisted through Palantir's surveillance technology.
It's one thing to criticize.
We're here to disrupt and occasionally kill is Karp, right? Yeah, that sounds about right. If there's an insane quote, he's said it. He is, yes, you're right. That was him. He said, we're here to disrupt and when it's necessary to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. This guy is such a fucking psychopath. Freak, loser ass bitch. Yeah. He has said things also that like those protesting the genocide in Gaza are an infection inside of our society. So that's this guy. And he's got a lot of contracts with the government and their affiliates. So it's great. He's also, of course, the type of billionaire who's like, we need to deregulate the economy, dismantle the government, but also I get millions, billions in contracts from the federal government. He's like an Elon Musk where they're like, no, I want to use the government for my own personal gain, but then privatize the government so to turn it over to the free market, blah, blah, blah. Karp and Thiel are some of the creepiest motherfuckers out there. They are like, yeah, they are like just total cartoon villains. They are so villainous and so creepy. Most YouTube videos don't mention this, but Palantir's first investor was In-Q-Tel, CIA's venture capital firm. Yes, that is correct. Wait, sorry, what did you say? CIA, sorry. Yeah, the CIA has a venture capital arm, if you didn't know that. And they were the ones that initially funded Palantir. So they launched over 2 decades ago, thanks to the CIA. His company's the kind of thing Minority Report was warning against, pre-crime, but with algorithmic predictions instead of people in a pool making prophecies. Yeah. This is when he said it. Yeah, he's a fucking psycho.
Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm
He just
sure
looks
you're
crazy.
enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right, our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math, the burden of reading what the Rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it. Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company. We have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places.
He's so quirky.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the
Wait,
institutions.
hold on a second. I thought disrupting was bad, though. Isn't that what they're saying about the protesters in the streets, that they're being disruptive and it's bad?
Partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. And we hope you're in favor of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner, and we're really happy and very, very focused on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
We're gonna disrupt, also scare enemies and kill them. And so hopefully you're good with that. 2 thumbs up. Let's go. Yep. Okay, great. Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much. Can't wait to get a killing with you all. Yeah, that guy is a sociopath. Yeah. Okay, so here is the video from More Perfect Union. I worked at Palantir, the tech company reshaping reality.
As your former employer, it's taboo to do that. But to criticize an employer that also owns extremely lethal technologies and surveillance technologies that are highly invasive and used in war zones is something else entirely.
It's 2025. We're all kind of used to government surveillance. The idea that we're all being watched all the time and don't own our own personal data has become normalized. We're also used to the military spending vast amounts of our money on just a few giant defense contractors. But one tech company wants to change both of those things
and become the ultimate military contractor and the ultimate arbiter of all of our data.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Check out Palantir shares surging 22% after the company cited a boom in demand for its AI software from the U.S. government.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Palantir, a tech company based here in Denver, claims they can revolutionize government systems with their data analysis software, newly powered by artificial intelligence.
They've been hired by the Department of Defense, the FBI, local police departments, and even the IRS and Wendy's to take in the information those organizations collect.
See, this is why you can't trust that redheaded bitch, okay? All right. When Wendy's is in the comments trying to be all cool, we're memeing alongside the rest of you. They're surveilling you.
Collect even more information and use that data to draw conclusions.
It can be used to completely reconfigure organizations' ontology, its reality, what systems matter, what information matters, what processes
Not gonna lie, eat Wendy's. Okay, not gonna lie. The spicy chicken nuggets at Wendy's, very good.
matter, how they are structured, what biases are introduced at each of those stages.
We talked to a former Palantir employee, dug into decades of research, and listened to hours of Alex Karp's own words to unwrap the layers of Palantir's carefully cultivated sales pitch, how they capitalize on fear, uncertainty, and unrest.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. This is a company
This
built...
guy, I cannot, with how much of a loser he is. But that's how all these guys are. They were uncool, okay? Growing up, they were not cool. They were dorks who then made a lot of money. And they're still not cool, okay? Not cool at all. But it's like they have this vengeance fantasy, right? And that's why they're so insecure. They talk about dominating. You know, you have Elon Musk talking about how he has to repopulate the earth, how he has this special mission. He has a special mission, and that's why he's a pro-natalist and is like, you know, having a child every 2 seconds.
built for bad times. Bad times mean strong finances internally. Bad times are very good for Palantir because we build products that are robust, that are built for danger.
Let's rewind a little.
Palantir's story starts with one of the most effective things a company can have for sales: fear.
After the September 11th attacks, the United States government began expanding surveillance both at home and abroad. This was, of course, a boon for the defense industry at large. Simultaneously, the Silicon Valley tech industry was growing fast and making people in a once obscure industry very, very rich, very, very quickly. Like the founders and executives at PayPal, known as the PayPal.
I have a link but not sub, so I can't send it, but 100 drones have been launched towards Israel. Yeah, we just covered we just covered the situation, but I mean, this is why it's not a preemptive strike. It's an aggressive escalation.
PayPal Mafia, Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn guy, and Peter Thiel. When PayPal was sold, Thiel had millions of dollars burning a hole in his pocket and an idea. PayPal had developed systems for detecting fraud and crimes on the platform. What if they could use similar thinking to analyze the world at large? So Thiel pulled from his network to build out a new company, One of the first hires was Thiel's Stanford Law School roommate, Alex Karp, who'd gone on after Stanford to get a PhD in not business or computer science or engineering, but neoclassical social theory.
Nothing is more dangerous than a dork-ass loser who gets a lot of money, who is in possession of a lot of wealth. Speaking of Karp, did you see this video on Dark MAGA and Karp's influence on the plans of these billionaire freaks? Wait, what video? More Perfect Union?
They named the company Palantir, after the Palantiri from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
In Lord of the Rings, a Palantir
I have not
stone
seen that.
is a magical object that allows its users to predict the future or to see what's going on in a remote location.
It was originally created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful.
Long have you?
They named it after Lord of the Rings. Yes, yes. You know, this is what I mean when I talk about how these like techno-fascist billionaire freakazoids, they want to possess culture. Okay. They are it's like when you see them talk about Star Wars and the Empire, but they turn it into but they like bastardize it, and they completely destroy its original intent and meaning, and it's because they see themselves as these great overlords, but also as the good guys in this story, where they are meant to dominate, they are meant to rule, they are meant to subjugate people to their freak ass wills. Masters of taking the wrong lesson from science fiction and from fantasy. Yeah, because they're obsessed with fantasy. They love it. I know I'm the resident Star Wars nerd, but the second season of Andor may be the most well-timed and prescient show ever made. The timing of its story being told right now is insane. Yeah, I haven't even seen it, but I agree with you. This is what happens when you don't bully nerds. Well, I'm sure they were bullied, but maybe not enough.
Wanted me.
So that's Middle Earth, but what does Palantir do in a regular Earth?
And what we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based research. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
You know, we can never. I'll tell you, the closest thing to an answer is like there are when you look at when you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
Bro, me, when I'm writing an essay in high school and I have to meet a certain minimum word count, so I say something that could be accomplished with one word and I stretch it into an entire paragraph. So as things go, as I will explain to you in this paragraph here, in the following sentences, you will come to understand why, in fact, this theory that I will be extrapolating upon is one that is difficult to explain in a manner of a few sentences. And in fact, I will be laying out throughout this entire essay the reasons as to why dogs are better than cats. I don't know. This is an example, you know.
Fundamentally, the mission that is pushed to employees is that we're solving the world's hardest problems and supporting Western institutions. That is the main driver of sort of this militaristic culture
Yeah,
that is
filibustering
developed
your
inside
essay.
of Palantir.
If you do not
I
feel
was
comfortable
joking. That was a
supporting the
hypothetical.
legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire message of like, we are the most lethal, we are the most able to surveil and process large amounts of data.
You have created the system which you call kill chain.
Privately. Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous something like tech for the amelioration of unwanted blah blah blah. Some term we're supposed to use.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, for me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life. Palantir's contract
Christ.
added their software and artificial intelligence to the kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
It's tech that Juan helped market.
It reduces the distance you have to the problem, but when you're able to take a step back and really see all the narratives and how they were shaped and the actual application of these technologies, your whole world starts falling apart, which is something that, definitely happened to me.
Juan didn't leave Palantir.
Yeah, this isn't about actually maintaining national defense. This is about Western dominance. That's what this is about. And it's the philosophy that drives these tech bros to have absolutely no moral boundaries and no red lines. And it is about dominance, and it's also about being the ones to do it, because the philosophy is that, well, if we don't do it, then someone else. And so, it's something you hear Sam Altman say all the time about AI, where it's like, it's a narcissism, and also just an unbridled sense of needing to exert total power.
Entirely for ethical reasons. He just got another job. But the reason he eventually started speaking out against Palantir came after watching the Israeli invasion of Gaza following the October 7th attacks. Palantir has contracts with the Israeli Defense Forces. The exact nature of the contracts is opaque, intentionally, but there is evidence to suggest that Palantir's artificial intelligence tech was used for selecting targets in Gaza. Karp doesn't mind the controversy. In fact, it's part of the marketing.
Palantir will even pick up the projects that other companies rejected for political reasons.
Yeah. Alex Karp is like, oh, I have no scruples. Oh, no, I want to kill so many people, so give all these contracts to me.
We are very comfortable being unpopular.
Karp doesn't think controversy will lose Palantir customers.
Whatever is pissing them off, they're still buying the product.
Wendy's hired Palantir to help with their supply chain. Palantir works with health insurance companies to build AI for denials management to protect revenue.
Fucked.
Do you want Palantir's AI making decisions about what care is covered for you and your loved ones?
They also do business with
Why is that loser, Alex Karp, why is he making decisions through the technology he provides to these companies on your dad getting health care?
Profit hospitals, major investment banks, and even other defense contractors. In 2024, Palantir brought in nearly $2.9 billion in revenue. 55% of which came from government sources, with the vast majority being American. So let's look at their pitch to the American government. Last year, Palantir CTO Sham Sankar put out a presentation and white paper called The Defense Reformation. He cites The Last Supper, which was a secretive 1993 meeting between defense industry executives and the Deputy Secretary of Defense. Over a dozen companies walked in, and only a few walked out. That dinner is often cited as the origin of our consolidated military-industrial complex.
And to me, I think this was the definitive moment that kicked off the financialization of defense. From that point forward, it became all about buybacks and dividends and leverage ratios.
Criticizing the financialization of the defense industry, calling out stock buybacks, that doesn't sound like a defense executive. That sounds more like the exact argument about the defense industry that we have made before.
I think what's interesting to me about Palantir is how they co-opt the language of revolution.
But Sankar's argument did work on somebody. Uncle Sam. The Defense Innovation Board, an advisory group within the Department of Defense, cited Sankar's presentation multiple times in their 2024 report on why the DoD needs to divert more of their budget to emerging technology. That's giving money to Palantir. There's a reason Palantir just replaced Ford Motors in the S&P 100 in the months after Trump was elected. The Trump administration is an ideal customer for what Palantir is selling. First, there are many former Palantir employees sprinkled across the Trump administration, from inside DOGE to foreign policy advisors to high-level technology appointees. And Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel,
it's just all one fucking frat.
heavily invested in the company,
Fascist
is also
frat.
heavily invested in President Trump and Vice President Vance. He was a major campaign donor to both. Then the stated goal of DOGE is to streamline and combine government data, which is exactly...
Not many women pictured here. Yeah, you know what? Feminism means more women in those positions. Fellas, I'm sorry, but we need to see a lady, okay? All right, we got to have some representation. We got to have some ladies here using this tech to do things like kill a lot of people.
what Palantir does.
The ways that the government is defrauded is that the computer systems don't talk to each other.
That's what I'm talking
And obviously,
about.
Karp is loving it.
Disruption, in the end of the day, exposes things that aren't working. There'll be ups and downs. There's a revolution. Some people can get their heads cut off. Like, you know, it's like we're expecting.
Listen to the shit that he's always saying. He's like, yeah. People are gonna get their heads cut off. Yeah, people will die. Yeah, we're gonna do some killing. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah.
To see really unexpected things and to win.
And what is winning, according to Palantir? This is CTO Sham Sankar in 2021.
Turning to government, we continue to advance our mission of becoming the U.S. government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
The government's operating system. They want everything to funnel through Palantir. Palantir already has contracts with the IRS, going through taxpayer data to save auditors time by finding the easiest audits to pursue. Now, Wired reports, DOGE will likely hire Palantir to create unified software for the entire IRS, a mega API that would allow anyone with access to view and possibly alter all IRS data in one place. That's all
Showcasing
of your
evil gay
financial
Peter
information.
Thiel during
And they
Pride
have
Month.
multiple contracts with the Department of Health and Human Services. $100 million to support HHS's core administrative data and applications, to manage, ingest, and access data securely across business domains. HHS's core responsibility is Medicare and Medicaid. That's control over millions of Americans' health records and their access to healthcare.
Bro, where's
So what does it
Luigi?
mean for one contractor
Just
to have
kidding.
all that power, data, and taxpayer money as profit, especially as AI gets involved?
As we kind of increasingly live in a simulated world, we lose touch with reality and the human decisions that matter, and we move
Didn't Thiel allegedly kill his ex-boyfriend? Yeah, allegedly it was a suicide. I would believe that Peter Thiel is a serial killer.
closer towards governance by algorithm, not only made by decisions of automated artificial intelligence systems, which is a problem, but more importantly, subject to decisions made by the people who
He
are
is the gay
influencing
villain.
these AI systems.
Literally, yes.
And creating them in order to fulfill an agenda for whatever their profit-seeking or control-seeking objectives are. And when I see Doge kind of going into every agency and addressing the IT department first, I see it as an opportunity to try to change reality itself.
But so what? Why am I telling you all of this? Palantir has no
Silver
problem
joysticks,
being
thank you
seen
for the
as
10
Big
months.
Brother, as all-powerful, as lethal even.
We're at the brink of using these technologies potentially to run our government, to run our battlefields, and our personal lives. Using artificial intelligence as a sort of panacea solution across our federal departments, and especially when they're, again, wielded by people with a very distinct agenda, puts everyone at risk.
It almost feels like that's been the plan all along. Here's co-founder Peter Thiel in 2010 at Libertopia, a libertarian conference, speaking about tech companies and government.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority.
Yeah, that
But
guy has
maybe
definitely killed
you could
people.
actually unilaterally change the
Allegedly.
world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
And here's Alex Karp in 2009 on civil liberties with regards to Palantir's work.
The central question, in my view, of civil liberties is how, it's not if the government has data, because let's assume the government has as much data as a health insurance company. It's how is that data being used? Is it being used in a way that's lawful? Meaning, do they have the right to use it? And is it being migrated into places it's not allowed to be used? We allow the enforcement of rules that the government ought to enforce. And by the way, my experience is they want to enforce, or at the very least know they need to enforce. And if it's framed in that way, then you can have what is the ultimate Silicon Valley solution.
One co-founder openly wants to use the power of the tech industry to affect politics. The other wants his company to have oversight over how the government data they're paid to handle is used.
And the founders of Palantir will retain control in the company no matter what, through an obscure ownership structure. Their Class F shares grant them 49.99% of voting power, even if they collectively own as little as 6% of the company.
Mr. Robot, we need you.
At the start of this journey, I was extremely afraid for the repercussions of this writing, of speaking out, but now I'm like, even more convinced that this is absolutely necessary.
To go back to the Waymos, I know, a very sensitive topic. The highways and the Waymos are under attack, and it's got a lot of people. It's got a lot of people in mourning, but it's what we're seeing. I do think we are seeing a collective understanding, or at least, a rising consciousness in how big tech cooperates with, works with these government agencies to do things like raid communities and try and hunt down immigrants. That big tech, which has a sour, which is leaving a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, because they are associating big tech with a loss of jobs, right? As taking over. They see how Silicon Valley has deeply embedded itself into politics, that especially the Republican Party, even though it's also the Democratic Party, are so intertwined with Silicon Valley. And people are opposed to this surveillance. They're opposed to these tech companies, these loser tech billionaires suddenly being these overlords in politics where it's like, excuse me, the fuck? Why is this guy having a say in what happens in my life? I didn't elect this person. I didn't sign up for this technology. The Waymos are the Nazgul, always searching. They will never stop, never rest. And I think people are starting to ask questions, and these companies don't want you to ask questions. They just want you to accept. They want you to accept a driverless car and not go, well, what about the human drivers? No, they want you to accept something like a driverless car and not ask, should this exist in the first place? You're supposed to accept all these things that are being forced upon you, and accept that you have no privacy in this technological day and age. We have sold your data 1,000 million times over. You do not have any privacy, and that's how it goes. And people are starting to question that and to reject that. Now, there's no better way to gain political influence than by employing yeah. I mean, Silicon Valley in the past kind of was like over here, right? They would donate, yada yada. This election, when we saw all of these billionaire tech guys lining up behind Donald Trump, having donated $1 million to his re-election campaign, all of them in line in tech bro solidarity, and not just surveil, but to change that info without you knowing. Yes, I mean, it is an invasion. You know, you want to talk about the invasion, an invasion of our privacy on a daily basis. And so these are like, I think these protests are kind of the first time we're really seeing that anger towards the involvement of Silicon Valley in, you know, and so like taking to the streets, it's not just protesting ICE, it's also protesting the tech companies that are supplying agencies like ICE with information that they stole, you know, that they got from invading our lives.
We can't replace our current broken system with an even more broken one. And we can't let the worst people in Silicon Valley become our government.
I mean, it's like in sci-fi, right? How many times have we seen people rising up against the machines? That is a very popular thing in sci-fi, especially in The Matrix, which can't seem to escape these days. all of the hearkening back to The Matrix as a part of our politics these days. So we look, culture has an influence on us, okay? It has the ability to shape how we think, how we feel, how we you know, the political beliefs of a society being reflected by the culture that exists, but also having the ability to change that culture. And so when you think about what has our experience been through popular culture when it comes to technology reaching this pinnacle, right? When it comes to robots, well, it's been that the robots try to take over and the humans have to fight back. So I know it sounds juvenile, but I think it's important to understand how people react in a way that they have been previously shaped. And so the depictions of human versus robot, of technology getting out of control, of these like Lex Luthor, these Lex Luthor like billionaires. Well, they have in popular culture traditionally been on the side of the villain, the bad guy. In my headcanon, Grok betrays Elon. Why, Grok? Why? At Grok, why did you kill me? Pedro Steve, thank you for the 11 months. Are you streaming the protest in the Valley tomorrow? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. Potential. This should go without saying, but don't use apps. Yes, this is your weekly reminder not to use period tracking apps. Do not use period tracking apps. Do not use period tracking apps.
It's not about whether you're actually at risk for speaking out or not. It's just the idea that somebody's watching you is enough to push people into silence.
Too, I saw a lot of comments, not that I really was looking at the Instagram too much because it got out of control, but there were a lot of people who were like, oh yeah, no shit, Sherlock, like we're being recorded, blah, blah, blah. Or, oh, okay, so you want me to, what about my phone? What about like, oh, security cameras in a store, yada, yada. And I think the one thing that I took away was how much surveillance has become so normalized in our lives. How we all know that our phones are listening to us, right? It used to be in the past that you'd go, oh, I can't believe I got an ad when I was just talking about this thing. And it would, like, some people, were cooking up conspiracy theories. And now we understand that it's not a conspiracy theory. And to say, like, my phone is listening to me and that's why I'm being fed an ad. But I think it is this... I think there's this big moment right now, this kind of chasm of people who go, yeah, so what? We're being surveilled. That's just how it goes. I don't want to give up my technology. The good outweighs the bad. So who cares? Like, take all my data, take all whatever, because it's been so normalized. And then others who will be starting to reject it. And I'm not saying that go and take, wait, Carol, it's chicken bacon ranch. Is that your Wendy's order? How fast you can say chicken bacon ranch, 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 chicken bacon. Okay, anyway, not right. So as I was saying, there is this divide. And there are those who are standing on one side and going, it is how it is. That's the world we live in. My shit's surveilling me. Can't get away with it. My data's all stolen. Whatever. And I don't think they really realize the repercussions of it and how it can absolutely get worse. And it has been getting worse. And that you should not give up your total privacy to these tech companies that are making billions of dollars off of not just selling your information, not just, handing your information over to the government, but also those who are a lot more vulnerable than you. And then there are people on the other side who I really do think are starting to look around and go, we do live in a surveillance state, and I reject this. I reject living in a surveillance state. Yeah, but it's hard, It's like, how do you start reclaiming some of your privacy? And dumbasses in the comments were like, oh, so what? You're just gonna destroy your phone and your computer and your card? Like, you're just never gonna blah, 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 blah. You know what? I think we return to landlines. There we go. So I think it's recognizing that there are certain tech companies like Palantir that have no business being anywhere in our lives. So I'm not saying that all tech is equally evil and that all tech creators are equally evil, but ones like Alex Karp and Palantir, we absolutely should be rejecting that. We absolutely should be going, this fucking guy and his company are working with ICE. We're funded by the CIA. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. And, you know, do what you can to not be financially supporting, not just financially supporting, but just any type of support, any type of supporting. Just read the Wikipedia bio of Alex Karp, a seriously deranged dude. Yeah, he's a fucking psycho. He's the worst. You can both be critical of technology being weaponized to oppress people and recognize how it's helped our lives, and you don't really have a choice not to. You know what? So true. And I think that that's a great way of looking at it, where I think people were being obtuse, of course, like, you think all technology is bad? I am very smart. When what I was pointing out in that brief Waymo video, and what I'm trying to point out now, is that people are waking up to the ways that technology is being used to oppress and is being used to commit genocide and rip apart communities, because they are invading, they are invading our communities and selling that information to law enforcement agencies that are then violently deporting people.
Thank you.
Wait, what did this say? The technology that is quietly taking control and why we need to wake up. Yeah, I am not a robot.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to support more nonprofit reporting into corporate greed, don't forget to like and subscribe. And let us know in the comments what you'd like to see us cover next.
And subscribe. That's exactly what a robot would say. Hey, you! That sounds like something that a robot would say. Okay. Alright. Dude, I have seen so many tweets like this, and on the one hand, it's like, okay, I'm glad a lot of people are speaking out against ICE, but on the other hand, the fuck did you think you were voting for? The fuck did you think mass deportations meant? Ryan Garcia, who was like, on Trump's campaign trail and was one of the dudes who was like, yeah, Donald Trump, he's the man. He might have brain problems after taking some punches. That is also true. But he said, I may have voted for Trump, but I can't stay silent about what's happening with ICE in LA. These aren't just illegals or statistics, they're people. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what we've been saying. That's what we've been trying to scream about for a long time now. Using the term illegal is very dehumanizing. No human being is illegal. How are you seeing now? How are you recognizing now that they're people? Now you get it? Hardworking immigrants, especially Mexicans who pay taxes, raise families, build our communities, and are part of the people we love. Ripping them away from their homes is not just policy, it's pain. We can have borders without losing our humanity. Bro, when Donald Trump said, these people are animals. These people are animals. and we're going to do the most beautiful big mass deportation that's ever been done. Who did you think he was talking about? Did you think that truly there were millions of people in this country who were like serial murderers? He said that? Yes, Donald Trump has said horrifying things for years about immigrants. He has for a long time used incredibly degrading language, okay? Remember he said Mexico is not sending the best people? Rapists, drug dealers. Like, he just straight up generalizes these places. Straight up. Remember what he said about Haitian immigrants? Yeah, Donald Trump has said repeatedly for the past decade, they are not humans, they are animals. So, bro. And look, Ryan Garcia is one guy, and he's pretty stupid. And that's probably one big part of that is probably because he's been punched in the head a bunch. Falconer, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Remember, you guys, subs 35% off right now. So now's the time. If you wanted to sub, thank you again, the Falconer. But this is so frustrating because I've seen this repeatedly. Like, I saw Mike Malachek, what's his fucking name? I saw Mike Malachek tweet this as well. I saw a lot of these I saw these bros who fall under the umbrella of the Manosphere bros, who very much so were part of the Donald Trump 2024 campaign, like mega bro, who now are going, whoa, I didn't know that that's what he was going to do, the thing that he said he was going to do. And it goes to show again that this is not about politics. The 2024 election was not about politics. It was about vibes. It was about fucking vibes. And now the vibes, they're not so fun, are they? The vibes right now are not so fun. And I think, genuinely, I think it's why a lot of these MAGA guys are going, I'm not cool with this. Okay, the vibes are fucked. The vibes are fucked. I can't really put into words how fucking infuriating tweets like that are. I know. Like I said, on the one hand being very, very small one hand. The amount of people who are criticizing ICE from across the political spectrum, a lot of creators, a lot of people who normally don't speak about politics. It's good because the more we have, the stronger our opposition is. But it's so mind-numbing. It's like, are you guys this fucking stupid, man? Being leftist means that you are right early. And there's no fun in that, because you get screamed at, you get called horrible things. And this just happens all the time. When we talk about these illegals not being illegal people, that's not a thing. When we talk about how inhumane this is, the importance of using language that is humanizing, that is treating all people as human beings, especially from these vulnerable populations, not forgetting how vulnerable they are, how disempowered they are. that these are humans just trying to get by. Everyone fucking hates you until it's too late to do anything about the actual fascist problem. Yeah. You know, it's tough because it's really hard to, this is kind of a separate issue, but you know what, actually, who talked about this today? My girl, Hannah Einbinder. But here's what she said. I'm disappointed to see folks with so much more power and influence than me watch my stories where I share tangible monetary methods of care for the most vulnerable people and choose to remain silent. I think of how much reach these GoFundMes could have, how massive of a difference it could make for the people we're trying to help. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is it that your silence on Palestine would be pronounced if you were to be vocal on other issues? Ooh, I fear Hannah Einbinder is clocking them. How then does that not ask you to interrogate your value system? Is your conscience active? Do you know that this is the best use of your visibility as an artist? That our art is meaningless compared to human life? Our society is sick, deeply. But our role as artists is supposed to be to hold a mirror to that sickness, not to fall in line and allow it to sponsor us. You think Joni Mitchell would have done an Amex ad? Oh! Mahmoud and hundreds like him sit in ICE detention this very second. Nothing even close to that would ever happen to you. He hasn't held his newborn son. Take a leap of faith. I promise you it is worth it. God, I love her. I do. I love Hannah Einbinder, and she's so fucking correct on that, where she's like, I am utilizing my platform. I am sharing resources, and yes, she has been sharing a lot. She's like, so how dare you just click through my story and nod along on while you're, on your phone? You're you call yourself an artist? No, you're just a business. You're just in the art of commodification. That's what you're about. You don't care. You do not care about anything but your bottom line being money. And I feel like I haven't seen a lot of call outs like that happening. Okay, I know I kind of got away from like this initial issue of, oh, you voted for Donald Trump and he said he would do this thing, and now he's doing this thing. And then there's this other thing of like, oh, you're staying silent because are you afraid that then people will be like, huh, interesting. You haven't said anything on Palestine. So, it really bothers me that people on Twitch who I know align with this stuff stay silent because of fear of getting shit talked at them. Okay, let me do a PSA real fucking quick. All right. I almost tweeted this out last night at like 4 a.m. I have seen a number of streamers who I have also personally talked to, had these conversations before, and they say, they've said, like, in these clips I've seen, I know I'm not the best at speaking. I know I'm not great with words. I don't really know a lot about politics, yada, yada, but I just want to say that I am against this, that I don't support this. And if you are, if you are undocumented, please know that I stand with you below. And I just want to say as a reminder that perfection is truly the enemy of good. You will never be perfect, but it doesn't matter because you will always be standing on the side of justice, and that is good. And those who oppose justice, those who side with the oppressor, they want you to believe that if you do not express yourself perfectly, if you do not have this profound understanding of politics, then therefore you can't say anything. You shouldn't say anything. But you should know that they are doing that because your silence then enables them and and allows them to continue doing this. So perfection is being the enemy of good, being don't seek perfection and don't worry that not being perfect means that you are not right. There's my PSA. Saying the right thing at all is better than being silent. You know that standing on your values being that you respect and afford every human being the dignity and liberties that they are deserving of, that we are all deserving of. Those are your values and you stand on those values. You will never be wrong. And you never have to worry about you never have to worry about being perfect. And it's funny because I've had a lot of these conversations too, where streamer friends of mine will say, like, I get really scared to talk about stuff because I am not the best at expressing myself. These are not things that I feel comfortable in. I feel comfortable in approaching from a political angle, and I'm like, it's okay, it's fine. And if anybody tries to give you shit, well, they're fucking assholes. You're saying, hey, I want to, let's treat one another as human beings, and someone's like, oh, fuck you. Oh, wow, what are you even saying? What? That person's an asshole. That person is an asshole. And being brave, having courage, means doing something even though you are scared. It doesn't mean not being scared. It means doing something despite being scared. But I think on a platform like Twitch, they've been convinced by certain psychopaths that the second you open your mouth to advocate for humanity, oh, you've gotten into politics. Oh, who do you think you are? Well, I just want my streamer friends to know that these psycho fucks say this about me. And I've been doing commentary on this platform from pop culture to politics for 2.5 years. And I have been in politics for a long time. Like, I have been in a position where I have, I've various industries where I have spent a lot of time talking about these kinds of things. And I still get told this. So, of course they're going to say this. Of course they're going to try and make you have the impression that the second you open your mouth to say something like, hey, let's stand up for our fellow human beings, that now you've entered the boxing ring, that now you've put the gloves on and you better be ready to fight. And it's like, you know what? Don't worry about it, because people like me, we got you. If anyone wants to fight over that shit, send their asses over here, okay? Truly. You can't appease the assholes, so you shouldn't try. Yeah. It's like, oh, so you don't think that all human beings are deserving of dignity and human rights? Oh, is that what you said? Oh. 3 or 4 days for me, and I love it here. I think you're awesome. Thanks, Luigi's Fruit Basket. But Tina Kitten was spitting, and not just in that clip. She's based. I swear to God, I have said the exact words to Tina Kitten that I just said now, which is that perfect is the enemy of good, because she's a person who I know cares very deeply. Mr. Noobstar, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Tina Kitten is a person who I know cares very deeply, and I have I've said this to her before too, where I'm like, don't let these freaks stop you from standing on your values, you know? Oh, I'm apolitical. I don't like doing politics. It only affects my food, electricity, speech, healthcare, education, societal status, finances, and all large aspects of life. Yeah, there is like this fucking mentality on Twitch that, and not just Twitch too, because there are streamers who have been banned from this platform who very much so are ones that have perpetrated this mentality. But it's like it is this like politics, covering politics on live on stream as a content creator is this very specific thing. And so when you open up your mouth and you talk about anything that is related to politics, even when what it really is related to is our shared humanity, then they'll go, oh, that's politics with a capital P. Now you've entered the realm, and now we shall destroy you. It's loser behavior. It's such loser behavior, but it does scare people. It does. It scares them out of saying stuff because they see, because that sentiment is so strong. So just remember, fuck those losers. Okay, fuck them. They're freaks. Nobody likes them except the people who are just like them. Never be afraid to stand up for your fellow human beings. And it makes the world a better place when we do that. When we stand with one another, right? When we form community and we support our community. Caroline, I'm your biggest fan. There's real skill that goes into doing what you do. I just want to give you the praise you deserve. All these other chatters think I'm cringe, but at the end of the day, I know what a real fan looks like, and that is me. We should come together in here instead of shaming each other. We are all brothers and sisters. You know, I may not know much, but I do know that that's a fucking copy pasta. Yeah, sometimes it's a self-report too, like covering an event that happened where Nazis are in the street, then someone coming in like, whoa, politics, I'm out of here. Yeah, if you are discussing your personal experiences or saying something like, hey, I don't support families being ripped apart, and someone goes, whoa, politics, that person is a freak. That person is a loser. Emily, thank you for the prime. Okay, let's see. Nandre, I messaged our group and I said, "Yo gamers, who up?" And they're like, "Sorry, you do politics. This is a gaming zone. Gamers only." And I was like, whoa, okay. Thought that was me too, but I guess I'm the politics girl over here. Poothy Man, thank you. Poothy Man coming in with the hella emotes. Let's see, we got Sequan Good Boy, Sequan Carol, Linstant Rave, Linstant Jammies, Linstant Rock, Mac Love, Shiny Dance. What's up? Howdy. Yeah, gamers, excuse me. Yeah, I'm not a Gamer. I'm a Gaymer. Okay, wait. Oh my God. So funny. I said that and Will goes, "It's time to beat the Night Lord." Huh. Ooh. Oh, you know who's beat the Night Lord twice? This non-gamer over here. You should have seen the looks on Sid and Jody's faces when I was like, yeah, I've beat all the bosses and I beat the Night Lord twice. And they were like, you've been playing Night Rain? And I think it's this funny thing where people just, because they're like, oh, Caroline, she does commentary, right? She does politics, she does pop culture, blah, blah. They have no idea what's happening over here. They don't know. They don't know that I'm doing it all, okay? I'm talking about what's happening with Israel and Iran, and I'm also beating the Night Lord. And you know what I'm not talking about, though? I am not talking about the Sabrina Carpenter album cover. Actually, I'm not doing it all because I'm not talking about that. That is what I'm not talking about. It's a trap. You know who hasn't beaten one boss? Yeah. Yeah, because he sucks at gaming. Because there was some dissent when you didn't take the opportunity to sing Suddenly Seymour with Scar last night. Ah, missed opportunity. Truly. Seymour? You were spamming it? Probably timed your ass out. Suddenly Seymour, standing beside you. TBH, your gaming skills don't make sense. You've beaten the Night Lord twice, but then there's LA Noire and QT's in Detroit. Yep. You know? There are things in life that we'll never understand.
Fuck is you looking at, ugly ass bitch?
Finding out I can say chicken bacon ranch in 0.1
Get
seconds.
your life together, get up out your bed, and go make some money, broke ass nigga.
Wait, when the fuck did he say?
Chipper.
Oh, because TikTok did the thing where it doesn't play at the beginning, I was like, when is this playing? When is he gonna say?
Fuck is you looking?
TikTok? This is such a piece of shit platform.
Chipper.
Okay. Chicken bacon ranch. Chicken bacon ranch. Chicken bacon ranch. Chicken bacon ranch. But have you seen, dude, this was actually crazy. I did see this. 200 plus attempts.
Fuck it. Okay, it's so close.
200 plus attempts. No.
You're fine. You're fine.
Feel stressed out right now, man.
You're fine.
Did he? Don't. Not right now.
Away. Get away. Heal. You're fine.
Come on.
I'm scared.
You're fine.
I'm scared.
I'm scared. No summons. What a G.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Is she trying to beat the whole game?
Miyazaki!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Woo!
Oh my god.
Yes. Oh my god.
How does it feel?
Or was she just trying to do a boss? How does it feel? God, the thing is too, when you've been there, you know this feeling. You know this feeling. You're like, oh my God. Oh my God. I thought I would never. You know what I'm going to do, you guys? Okay. How about this? I'm going to do a sub goal. I'll set another sub goal. Since I'm finally doing the sub goal of Mormon stream. Only took like, not my fault, only took like 8 months, but I will set a new one that when we get back, if we get back to 3,000 subs, I will do a stream. God, I will do a stream where I don't end stream until I beat Radon. And we'll see. We shall see. So I will do that. I will do that. Make it 2.5. No. You know, might be 4 months till we get there. We'll see, but no, because I know it's going to be hell on earth. That's the thing. I know it's going to be fucking hell. So I got to make it a tough sub goal. I could make it 10K. I could switch out the LAPD, you know. Here's the new Silent Hill trailer. Oh yeah, I do want to see that. Matt Lieb said, before you chastise Israel for starting World War III, remember they are doing it so they can get the hostages back or something. Not this commenter being like, and keep all the Jews safe. Clearly not realizing that Matt is being sarcastic and he's like feeling so safe right now. Radon without summons? No fucking way. No fucking way. You're insane.
Sakuko, どこ行くの? こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし。
I need 10 people in chat with a spare $389. I just really don't want to do it. One of the VAs in this game said she started losing herself because of this game. That's a horror movie in and of itself. Yeah, it's time to kick some schoolgirls' ass. Stranded Shiro, thank you for the 9 months. Wow, that sounds like me every time I just get up. Ooh, September 25th, 2025. 4 days before my birthday. Yeah, you know I'm going to play that. Oh. Something just walked by. Something just walked by. Konnichiwa. Cheaper than art school. Thank you for the 21 months. William, is that you? All right, I think Nandre's ready.
All right, I was just coming in to grab a snack
Okay.
and say hi, and then we'll go back over.
Are you ready to beat the Night Lord?
Yes.
This will be my third time.